Alright, fellas, you homeboys back. Let me get some fucking music going. Something to keep us entertained until we actually get to the reading. What is it? I just blanked. That's right. This. OST, please. Go and pop that on. Let's turn on. Is shuffle already on? Question mark. Yeah, now it's on. We'll go ahead and just start with first song in the soundtrack tonight. How about that, fellas? Where's Inco? Do you guys want Inco on the screen? Do you want him right now? I can pull him out. He's right over here. He's just a little guy right now. Let's enlarge him. And then we'll flip them over so they're facing one another. Flip. There we go. There you go. There's your two warriors. The combatants. Well, I mean, right now, fucking Chatlivia has the range advantage, but if we give Inco just a couple seconds, obviously the lean power comes out and gives a passive buff. Now, whether or not the field would dispel any projectiles is up for debate. I mean, lean power is pretty strong, but so is a 9 mil. So, passive. Lean buff is pretty busted. Well, I mean, you gotta also consider that he's been perfecting that art for years now. Like, it's not just like an ass pull that the writers put in last season or anything. Like, he's been working on that since day one. It's just the show hasn't really focused on it too much. He's missing his character development, brain damage. Maybe I'll put like a bandage on his head after we finish Inco Noted. Let it be known this man tortured an innocent individual. I did no such thing. Lanny is just spreading misinformation. The aura is like a holy mantle. One hit protection. I feel like the Gundam can grow into a real mecha size to dominate. Is that fucking the unknown factor for Chatlivia? Just pulling out the goddamn Gundam. The full Gundam. He studied lean, mastered the lean, exactly. Should have had a dent in the back of his head, like a crater. What's up, boys? What's up, Minos? Could we, for once, just have Snoot wife and nobody else? Here, I'll placate you for just a second. Alright, you get like, checks my watch, 10 seconds of this. 1, 2, 3, and I'm bored. Bring him back up. Nope, wrong one. There we go. I also need to get the Inco Noted to the right chapter here, so that way we can continue. There she is. Fuck! Cry some more, baby. Look, maybe we'll get some Snoot representation next time we make a little creature. Anything's possible with the power of imaginations. True. True. Real. Pathetic. Gang's all here. No, the gator stays. Can that lean power stop a dodgeball, though? Ooh, that's a good question. Could Chatlivia flick the dodgeball off of her nose hard enough to pierce through the lean shield? She is very confident. She believes she'll win, so there might be a chance there. Missed the last 4th of stream. Was that Yadikin's Estrus protocol? Yes. There's a little ES on there. I know it doesn't look right because we have him flipped, but you know, if I flip him back real quick. What did I just do? Oh god, did I just flip the whole scene? Oh Christ, hold up. Alright, let's try this again. Flip. Horizontally. And then let's scale them up for a second. As you can see, there's an ES for extra season. Very important. Snoot Encore devs realizing they need to recreate E1. Rough out there. Chat Rosa. Might need to put up... Maybe that's what I'll do. Maybe next time we're making a little critura, I'll throw up like a bunch of ones and we can figure out who we want to do first. We got Inky and we got Chat Livia now, so I'm happy to open that up to everybody else's opinion. Make a poll. I'll make a poll when we're actually doing it. We're obviously not doing it tonight. Tonight's a reading night. Holy and mantle. I can die happy now. I can facilitate that for you. Damn. Already going for his tags? Can we get Gambler Addict Olivia? Maybe some point in the future. We can't start making alt skins for these characters just yet until we have the full roster. Animal of the day, the Chinese alligator. It and the American alligator are the only living species in the genus alligator of the family Alligatoridae. Like Alligatoridae. I think that's how you pronounce it. I have no idea. Noted. Inco Noted. Gotcha, Olivia. Still love Chat Liviton Marco 101. I mean, how could you not? Look at her. She obviously has immense strength in such a tiny form. We know 99% of gamblers quit before the jackpot. Exactly, chat. If you're ever down money, just keep betting more. You're right. You're gonna get it all back next hand, I promise. If you never quit, you never lose. Facts. Exactly. She has the pistol. What's in that is up for you to decide. Don't you dare make Snoot Wife into La Critura. Well then, sorry to tell you this, Lassiter, then she's never getting made. Look, everybody has to be a creature of some kind. You can't walk in here and just be normal. We can't just have, like, fucking Inco with nothing on him. Come on. That's not chatified. Chat Damien next. No. We gotta do someone from Snoot next, and then we can start bouncing between the two. Chat Mia. Would we use just a regular Mia, or would we use Miatard as the base? I feel like we'd have to use Miatard, right? Mechanicus Olivia. It's like the hot dog order piss or hydrochloric acid. Why not all of them? You know? I'm sure they can, like, fucking alchemy some shit up. Chat Mia needs to be the chibi version of Miatard. That's what I'm thinking. Kind of surprised you didn't put the badge on the other hat. Well, Olivitron doesn't have the same authority that Chat Livia does. It's like mimicking the power, you know what I mean? But without the authority. Is the gun shoot little Vinny? No, she deserves better. Does Mia deserve better? Does she? Shooting straight piss. Yes, the perfect weapon. You can desecrate your own Wani characters. I am content with desktop Fang. Maybe we'll save Fang for last. Just to have you watch as every other character gets chatified. And you know in horror that one day we'll reach Fang. Chat read with cake. To Fang and Anon next. Mr. Streamer, please, I work at a casino. I gotta hear of gambling woes every goddamn night. I'm begging. You know, I had a buddy who worked at a casino. Now he works at a car dealership. He used to tell me all the time about how depressing it was to be working at a casino. I guess I'll throw in the obligatory, hey, guys, it's just a bit. Don't go gamble all your fucking money. if you have a gambling problem, seek help. And don't say, I don't have a problem. If you're sitting there gambling excessive amounts of money, you might have a problem, alright? Look, I got through my gambling phase early on in life with CSGO loot boxes, alright? And I had my wake up moment when I finally broke somewhat even and got a red, and I was like, wait a minute. What the fuck am I doing? I'm just pissing money away. What? Don't treat gambling as a revenue source, treat it as entertainment and pay the appropriate amount. Posty one Nazar and Naomi. Oh, so just dead fucking bodies? Yeah, she deserves the best. I don't know, Artiv. I don't know. Watching Mia get fucking rocked and Inco Noted made me think maybe not. Maybe not. Surgical cortex removal through 357 Naomi. Naomi did get owned, didn't she? It's probably a good thing we didn't see her body. Chatney is just the gif of her eating the dodgeball. Little Gator really did already do a lot of our job for us on that one, huh? Where's Chad Fang? Doesn't exist yet. The most you've got is desktop Fang over in the corner there. See, she wants out. Chat Liviton Marco 1 is an automaton of Chat Livy she constructed while creating the mini Gundam from spare parts. It was like a junkyard project. When I went to a casino, I only saw old people using their pension money. So fucking depressing. Yeah, I mean, I haven't been to a casino. I was like in Vegas one time before I could legally go and gamble. Maybe someday I would go to a casino with like a very hard cap of like a couple hundred just for the fun of it, see what happens. But I don't know, I've got other things to use my money on. I don't really need to go and fucking lose it all on a hand of blackjack or some shit, you know what I mean? Especially wouldn't be playing slots, fuck that. Just one more $15,000 roll. I can't remember what it was recently. I feel like Jeremy was like looking at like live streams on YouTube or something, and like one of the first ones he came across, he was like, oh, they're just gambling. They're just playing slots, spending money. Oh, and I'm like, oh man. Oh man, I thought that shit was relegated to kick at this point. Made of spare parts, random bits of fabric, and rusty spoons, specifically. You said one day we'll raid none in the chamber. By the time you get to desecrate Fang, I'll be an old man. Will that be the nail in your coffin, Lassiter? Will that be what does you in? Seeing the chat Fang? The chitang, if you will? By the way, let me see if I can find it real quick. For anybody that potentially is curious. Okay. For anybody that might be a little curious, the little chats, or the little Olivia on top of Chat Inco's head is this right here. An actual plush that was made. Very cute. Don't ask me, like, anything else about it, because I don't know much else. When I played in casino, I made $400. Also never play slots, and only gamble in certain states like Louisiana. Man, I gotta go make a trip to fucking Louisiana just to gamble. This is bullshit. It's only a problem when you run out. That's that gambler hustle mentality, I guess. Thank you for the PSA, Mr. Streamer. It does not fix them, but it is appreciated. Well, yeah, they're not gonna listen to me. What the fuck? Are you kidding me? Anybody who has a gambling issue is not going to listen to Mr. Streamer, who is about to read a I Wanna Hug That Gator, a VN about dating, about falling in love with a crippled gator, about what they should be doing with their finances. Nobody's gonna do that. Nobody's gonna do that. It's me screaming into the void just for my own sake. Ignore stream. Gamble everything on the chance to get a strange hat. This comment is sponsored by Manco. Dude, if you really want to go like play funny boxes, go to like that online site where they let you just roll the boxes for no money. It's kind of like a little bit of that dopamine feed that you want. All have our vices. True. My vices just tend to be less financially devastating. Naomi was 100% the first to get her gray matter painted on the wall. Well, I mean, there's already a picture of that in the Discord. In case you want to really go searching for that. Certain states allow rigging the machines like in Vegas on the house favor. The more you know. Feel like you need to gamble, set aside an amount of cash and stick to it. If it reaches half, just cut your losses. Yeah, like, don't do anything ridiculous. Like I said, treat it like you're playing a game, not that you're there to win a bunch of fucking money. Set aside $100 and just do low stakes for a while and just have fun. I wonder if Fang used any autistic one-liners while snooting up the school. Nah, she probably just had that 1,000-yard stare. Just silence. Also worked in a casino for some time. It was fun. Master specifically is awarded GVH Fang as a treat. Reminder every once in a while. Oh, it's gonna be interesting finishing up GVH later this week. Hopefully it doesn't make me want to fucking rage at the end. Hopefully, like, I'm content enough to be like, nah, that was an experience at the end. Gambled once on a cruise ship and I got cents back from a couple of bucks. Shake my head. Do you think Inco would get addicted to gambling? No, he's watched too many like video essays on why you shouldn't gamble, so he wouldn't do it. Gambling is wrong after all. However, to Dragon Corp's point, Wonko would get into gambling. He's like, I'm him, I'll win. He won't. He's gonna be leaving with nothing. He's gonna have to pay with the clothes off his back. Hi, Wanyi. Is none in the chamber just Anon making up a false reality? And the ending is he actually succeeded in killing himself and that's why Fang came back? Oh, I don't know. I don't know anything about it. You monster. Today you would make Chet Fang. What line will you not cross? Chet Judy? I would burn down the server. Well, now that you mention it. Chat Judy could be fun. You say Naomi head in the slightly open classroom door in that scene, so yeah, she bit the dust. Real. I mean, it's no surprise that fucking Fang would, Giga Blast Naomi in that ending. It just makes sense. Correction, Mr. Streamer. People will do that. They just aren't sane. We're all a little insane down here. Favorite part of GVH stream was the game telling you nuh-uh when you tried to make a choice. Like, it happened once or twice, but the one time that I didn't want it to happen, I just got unreasonably pissed off. Well, I got reasonably pissed off. I was like, come on, man. Really? Just because I flicked over and flicked off for a second? Again, I think I mentioned it during the stream. It would have been a different situation if they made it clear that that's a mechanic earlier on. Like, those are the types of things you should make maybe a little more obvious. If you think about it, reading random fanfics is a form of gambling. Real. Just like when I read 500 is 500. Though to be fair, there are tags that at least give you an idea of what kind of fucking minefield you're stepping in. I hear at least 1,000 use shit posters every night and they're not joking. The dopamine isn't as good if I'm not getting bankrupted for it. And you see, that's where you start to realize, wait, maybe I do have a problem. Blackjack's where it's at. I mean, most card games are pretty decent, aren't they? I like doing the stand hit meta, and I like just fucking around. But I'm not gonna try and go in there and be like, today's the night that I pay off a fucking house, baby. Like, sure, there's people who do it professionally. You're not that guy, pal. Trust me, you're not that guy. You, not him. Sorry, not gonna happen. And anybody who's trying to sell you a book on how you can become that guy is not trying to tell you how to become that guy, but trying to cover themselves monetarily. 500 wasn't a gamble, it was an investment. It was an investment in a bit that's going to follow me until I fucking pay it off, that's for sure. Why are Native American casinos a stereotypical thing? Probably something to do with like rules and regulations and how the relationship with the government. I don't know. I'm not one to like really try and legal loopholes on reservations. I think that's generally why. There's a very good description how Fang snooted up the school and then in the chamber where it goes over the details. Oh great, that's gonna be a fun thing to read. Chat Judy, what about Chat Schizo? Don't worry, we'll get to all your favorite characters at some point. Though the question is whether or not we'll spend whole streams on characters or not, or we'll do like double features for some. I mean, the important ones, obviously, the big kahunas, they'll get their own slots. Oh Jesus. Inco would just steal his money back. He's a menace to society. He would go, flash photography! Dealer would go, ah, my eyes! And he'd just reach over and grab as many chips as he could and run. But then he would learn that there's consequences and be gunned down like a fucking dog. The casino guards that are around every corner would suddenly leap out, MP5s at the ready, and mag dump his ass. It's more apt since the Discord feels incredibly schizo. Looks at the Discord. Oh, you made that thing over there? Only gambling I do is those scratch cards. I buy one once every month. Been doing it for almost 3 years. I'm proud to say that I'm still in the red. Gambling's just a way for you to lose your money, baby. But sometimes, you know, maybe you just want to scratch that, want a little bit of that scratch and sniff. That's all good. That's fine. Just a little bit of ch-ch-ch-ch. Oh hey, $0 fucking. Let's go! And 500, everyone was a winner. Were they? I didn't feel like a winner. Fang probably wasn't gonna be a winner. What weapon do you think Inco would own for home defense? Pepper spray. Next question. Flintlock pistol and grape shot cannon, just like the founding fathers would have done. Inco would not have been based enough to use that shit. Maybe Anon. Maybe Anon when he gets a house. Read a version where Anon did an E1, and it got me thinking that Anon would be a capable and terrifying snooter. How so? I mean, it's not like he has any more experience than Fang necessarily would at that time frame. Of course, if you're considering like how he joins the army and or like the Navy or the Army later on, sure, he'd get experience there. But prior to that, I don't think he really has much experience. The only weapon he has is a knife. Yeah, but you don't lose money when reading, just losing time and brain cells. And some would say that that's even more important than money. Not me. Obviously, I don't need to use those. Tonight's the night I clean up the house. Luck 10 courier whenever he hits up a casino. Well, yeah. Yeah, the courier with luck 10 just gets to fucking get kicked out of every casino because he's such a winner. That's because God has designated him as the luckiest character on Earth. He is an outlier in the statistics and should not be counted. When chat Humanoto? When I fully get my fucking little avatar ready to go. I mean, there's some stuff for the Twitch boys. You got a couple emotes for something that I'm going for. And at some point, I'll probably work more on getting that fleshed out, just so that way I got a little bit of a mascot that isn't purely Wani or Snoot, but that's just something I gotta fucking work on. And I'm a lazy asshole, as you guys have already known very well. Don't you dare do Judy or Amber. You can't stop me. Oh dear God, I looked up 500 is 500. Yeah, Twitch boys are posting some of the emotes. Jeremy actually sent me some more of those, so I need to like do something with them. Taro Bussy. Wasn't he in a wig? I only vaguely remember what happened in 500 and 500. Didn't Anon walk in on him and he had like a blonde wig? Yellow. I think that's supposed to be hello, in which case, hey Hossein. I pity you. One of the best fics out there. I hate you guys for your debauchery. Hey, I didn't tell them to do it. They came out and got me. They dragged me out into the streets and said, read, bitch, read. He did have a wig, and we never got to find out why. You know why. You know why. When are you gonna do a reveal of your status 6 torpedo that powers your home? How do you know about that? No, because like I haven't told anybody about that. How do you know about that? Russian sources? I knew I couldn't trust those fucking assholes. God damn it. Alright, well. Gambling is losing your money. Parentheses, fun. People got some weird definitions of fun. I try not to yuck other people's yum, but guys, your yum is very yuck. Uncle once got me like 3 scratch cards for my birthday. They were all busts. My parents, whenever we go home for Christmas and everything, they'll have like a scratch off or two for me and my brother in our stockings. And we scratch them and it's like, yay, we won $1. Woohoo! Where are these sources Russian to? Badum. Obligatory groan. Excited for this. Can't wait to see where the story goes. Well, I mean, we're on chapter 6 at this point. We kind of have an idea of where the story's gonna go. And I don't think it's gonna swerve into, like, abysmally depressing territory, so it's probably gonna end up pretty good for everybody. Inco has grown as a person. He's grown from Oneko back into a respectable Inco. Or at least he's trying to. He's got good relationship with his parents now. He's made up with Damien and like most of the pains. Olivia's slowly coming back around to maybe talking, and then we just fix it from there. Easy peasy. Actually, we don't fix it. We send her to therapy. I think that's where we were going with that again. Bro, would you own a duckfoot pistol? Duckfoot muzzleloader would be cool as fuck. Eh, why not? It looks funny. I'm gonna Z myself out because of that. I can't believe that they changed fucking PogChamp. It's the worst thing ever. Didn't they change it to one that already existed too? Hi again. Hey, Hussein. God, we doing a snooter tier list? Where? Wait, are we doing one? There was, what was it, in the Discord recently? There was like a fucking tier list on who could I fight. Does anybody got the link to that? I'll pop that up and do that real quick for the funnies. I think my response to somebody doing that was my overconfident ass couldn't. Because I would just be like, nah, I could beat them. And then someone would be like, but they could literally kill you. And I'd be like, well, but like, what if I fought like harder? I could win, right? A1 Fang using an AA-12 instead. I'm gonna be a bloodier mess, that's for sure. And would own banned chemical-based weapons for self-defense. He would just like elaborate on Rainbow's railgun and just have that bigger. How many 6-year-olds can Olivia destroy? That's a good question. I feel like she could at least take half of a first grade classroom before they overwhelm her. You forget he was an FPS gamer. Yeah, but I feel like Anna would just bumble at some point and then fucking drop the gun and be like, ah, fuck, damn it. This was a railgun. Yeah. Blonde wig got me. The jean booty shorts too. So far, what's your favorite Snoot Wani fic? Well, I'm not the person to ask that, since I've only read this and Broken Wings, and I feel like this takes the cake over Broken Wings. But come back in like 2 months or something, maybe that'll be a little different. Like, part of the thing too is I need to decide if I want to start reading some of these fan fictions that are being recommended and everything off stream, and then just read them again on stream. Kind of got to feel that out if that's something I want to do, because it's not like first time reactions are that super important with these reading streams, right? I mean, we just chat, we talk a little bit about the chapter and whatnot, and that's that. So at some point I probably should start like scouting out on my own like some of these fan fictions and start reading them. That way I can kind of like get a feel for what I want to do, or like which ones I would like to go into. Snoop BJ. All right. Thank you, Haven. Looks like you're forgetting it already. How about we read it again? Stop. Picks you up, throws you into the wood chipper. Now there's a blonde wig because he's inherited bottom energy from his dad. The whips and chains, maybe the whips and chains. I appreciate that you remembered me. I mean, I usually can recognize someone when they've been in the chat at least once or twice. Plus, it's, you know, your name's right on screen for me. Trust me, if I had to remember you guys' names by memory, like, most of you guys would be fucking cooked. My brain does not have room for names. Did the 6-year-olds have time to prepare? No. The 6-year-olds wouldn't have time to prepare. But then again, Olivia wouldn't have time to prepare either. Nobody has time to prepare. It's like, snap your fingers, deathmatch time. They both know they have to kill to get out. If you by accident stumbled upon 500 is 500, feel free to get a palate cleanser. It's called Unsupervised Teenagers. Giggity. Lassiter will be over here like, your smut is terrible. My smut, however. And just go motion to it. Quick, what's my social security number? Do you remember me that well? Whiskey the Drunk. I think it was 194-886 377. Is that how many numbers are in a fucking social security? Is it 9? I didn't even remember. Why is Fang's hair gray? Is their mom or dad's hair gray? No, I don't think so. I guess as good as mine. Bait and switch cope fic would be hell. That would be like a kicking a quadriplegic puppy. Yeah, but like it would prove you've got some balls on you to get people to sucker them in with guys. Hey, look, everything's gonna end fine. Look, 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 and then everything went shit and somebody died. Back to E1 with you. Kind of baby they could have had if they married in the game. Who? Olivia and Inco? I don't know. I don't know how like the fucking whole reproduction between human dinos work in that world. I mean, we look at Anon and Fang. You get they made a Taro baby, so I don't know if Inco and Olivia would have a baryonyx baby or what. At least as far as I know, there isn't like any like elaboration on how the whole reproduction works between species. Maybe someone else has got the extended lore. No, it's 680-240810 under the name of Gilberto Ramzulli from Iowa. Shit. I'll get him next time. Don't worry. Speaking of reading, will you read Nothing to Something fic? Just got updated and people made some fan art of it. It's not 500 to 500 story. Perhaps. I mean, like, the thing is, eventually we'll get around to, like, a lot of the big ticket fanfics and, like, the ones that people are sharing in the Discord. It's just a matter of, like, having to actually spend the time to get to reading it, since we're... You guys don't need me to tell you, I'm a little slow when we come to reading. Maybe at some point, I'll look into doing, like, some reading off stream and then just post those as videos for, you know, just the content and everything. I'm gonna leave these longer ones for, like, stream and shit. We'll see. We'll see. There's always, as with everything on this fucking channel, I gotta kind of think about it for a little bit and feel it out. He dropped the gun and somehow snoot even more people than he did intentionally. Oh fuck! Drops the gun. The hammer hits. It gets a fucking collateral ricochet. Oh, is that purple stank? Do I hear purple stank? This is the end of signatures. Huh. Okay. I thought it kicked over to the next song. Interesting. I'm getting eaten, am I? Well, that's not something I can answer. Are you being eaten? Is something consuming you? I've read that it's good smut though. Unsupervised snoogers. Olivia versus Stairs. Does Olivia have prep time? Inco was behind the fall of the Soviet Union. Can we read the fanfic? Which one? Inco Noted? You misunderstand. We gotta get to the fucking hour marker before we start reading, at least. Chat would throw a fucking hissy fit if I don't just sit here and talk for an hour. Is Inco gonna power up in this one, I wonder? No. But chat, Inco will. I'm gonna leave that on screen for a little bit. Dude, what if I bait and switch cofic? Nah, I'd just cope harder. Copium conquers all. Nah, I'd cope. Uh-oh, it's this one. Later, Gator. Coin flip on species? Potentially. Or maybe it has something to do with whoever's the female in that interaction. Like if it was a dino male on a human female, maybe then it comes out as a human baby. Who knows? Who knows? I'm not gonna sit here and try and think about it too hard, because I'm not equipped enough to answer that kind of fucking question. I don't remember anything about like biology and how reproduction works. Well, I know the cliff notes, but especially interspecies. That one's I mean, usually it doesn't work, right? Direct IV copium. What even is 500 is 500? Well, in case anybody hasn't answered you yet, it's smut fic where Anon fucks Nazar because Naomi paid him to do it. There you go. It works the same way the Florida man got the croc pregnant. You jest. That didn't happen, right? Do you really want to know? There is a curiosity within me. A burning need to know. For if I were to cook, it would be important. I always assume that human DNA is retained in the hybrid, and if they date a human, then a human baby will be born with more dino features like fangs and slit pupils. Okay. Okay. Oneko is responsible for the Bangladesh cyclone of 1970. Was that a horrific event? Because if so, then I believe you. Stank. Oh. Shamer, go read the intro to 500 to the newbies. No, I agree. 500 is a sorrowful story. I like how I can see, like, consistently the people who are like, we must 500 must 500. You know what I mean? Like, it's always the same people who just bust down the door and are like, Mr. Streamer, Mr. Streamer, there's an imbalance in the force. You have to read 500 is 500 right freaking now. Here's the summary for 500 is 500. Naomi approaches Anon with the offer of money and bussy. And the tags are NTR, Cuckian, pegging, gay, re-uploaded. Or re-upload. So, you know, that's what you'd be getting into.
Search up wanting gator inflation for the truth behind the Florida man.
No. No, I fucking won't. No, I fucking won't. I'm good. Emma by the Pool 3 in the works. Has a perfect ending. Is that like a fanfiction? I don't want to later the gator. So you think Inco unlocked the retard strength when they got brain damage? No, he unlocked confidence, which is something he had been desperately needing. That's why he punched... wait, did he punch or slap Mia? I don't know. He fucking rocked Mia's shit, and then Mia decided to try and kill him. That happened.
It isn't lies. Mr. Streamer's lying.
No, Mr. Streamer tells the truth. Look, if there's anything that I've made apparent here, guys, it's that I don't lie. I tell the truth even when it's detrimental. Maybe it kind of works like Pokemon breeding. Well, I don't know Pokemon, so I can't. I don't even have context for that. Monko shot Archduke Franz Ferdinand? Probably. Probably. Technically, humans and dinosaurs wouldn't even be compatible, so that means the world is fueled by love to allow such a breach in biology. Well, I mean, they are more humanoid dinos, right? So maybe there's different biology at work there to make them more compatible. I don't know. Inco and Olivia are in the same egg group. Is that what determines if the like fucking Pokemon can do the dirty and get a baby? They have to be in the egg group. What is an egg group? How'd you dudes not give Chirinko Virgil's sword? Well, because that would go to Chanon, because he's the guy who canonically had the fucking whatchamacallit, the katanas, right? If you're ever gonna read 500, I swear to God, I will keep bullying you to read regular straight smut. So the problem here isn't that it's smut, it's that it's gay smut. That's the problem. I see. Inco noted.
They can have kids because I said so.
Alright, Havoc. They can have kid. You don't need to come at me like that, man, okay? You're right. They can have the kid. It's all good, man. Egg group is the class each Pokemon goes into and is the factor to reproduce. What determines egg group? Or is it kind of just like whatever? 500 to 500 is gay. Does 500 is 500 gay? Click here, find out now. Will their baby be special, considering Olivia's condition, or Inco's stronger enough? The baby wouldn't be mentally deficient because of Olivia in a wheelchair. What the fuck are you saying? I don't know what the nature behind Olivia's condition is, but if it's hereditary, perhaps then the child would be crippled as well. I don't know. Wasn't there a dude who boned a dolphin? Wouldn't that be similar to boning Fang? People really exercising that whole the human desire to spread our gene pool, huh? He pimp slapped me, yeah. See, I thought it was a slap, but also at the same time couldn't recall if it was a punch or not. I come in for the first time and hear what is effectively Mr. Sherman must read gay sex. That's what chat wants. Unfortunately, I cannot control their desires. Funny how GVH, they lay eggs. That is canon, because the one post was talking about putting eggs on the fucking... I don't remember. It was like a fucking one of the social media posts talking about, my mom leaves the eggshell on the fucking shelf and it's really weird. Will the kid come out with a wheelchair? American healthcare system wise, no, but perhaps in Volcadera. It's weird, the complex. So here's the wiki, because lazy. Alright, let's take a look here real quick. Bulbapedia. Egg groups are categories which determine which Pokemon are able to interbreed. The concept was introduced in Generation 2 along with breeding similar to types. A Pokemon may belong to either one or two egg groups. Egg groups are based on biological traits of Pokemon species, generally allowing biologically similar species to breed. However, there's some oddities within egg groups. For example, the field group contain a particularly wide variety of Pokemon species, so that seemingly illogical pairings can be noted within it, such as Skitty and Wailord. The fucking cat fucked a whale? That's crazy. Egg groups are generally preserved along evolutionary lines. However, baby Pokemon Nidorina, Nidoqueen, and Shedinja are not in the same group as their evolutionary relatives. Baby Pokemon Nidorina and Nidoqueen are in the no eggs discovered group and thus unable to breed, while Shedinja is in the mineral group, although it requires Ditto to breed due to it being a gender unknown Pokemon. Egg groups are not displayed in any core series game. However, they have been canonically mentioned in Pokemon Stadium 2 as part of Earl Dervish's Pokemon Academy extensive databanks in Pokemon Pokédex 3D and in various strategy guides. Okay, well there you go. Pokemon breeding. Human sperm aren't quitters, they will impregnate Dino GFs. You only now realize that is what has always been my problem with 500. No, I've clocked it. I've clocked it before. Nah, I don't fucking know, but wasn't Mr. Ferris a whale? Was. 500 is 500 is of course 500. I choose to believe in the BNA rules when it comes to crossbreeding, where an elephant and a bird will make one of the two and hybrids don't exist. This or that. Fair. Mr. Streamer, you don't have to read all of chat? Question mark? True, but sometimes I can't help myself. I choose to believe. Oh wait, I read that. I want to believe it works like in TES universe, which I believe is the Elder Scrolls. Offspring becomes the same race as the mother, no matter what the father is. I get to the stream, the first thing I see is human sperm. Nice. Yeah, you aren't the only one to get like fucking head flicked back because of stream once you joined. Ugh, fucking hell. All I can say is Amber is half human, so she's gonna have that caveman flow. I mean, if you read the sequel to Inco Noted, you'll find out about that. No spoilerino! Hit you on the head. Inco, as stated by the very game itself, is a retard. I don't remember it saying that at any point. Maybe I'm just tripping. Look up Wailord and Skitty Pokemon. Somehow they're in the same egg group. Oh, I know what those Pokemon are, which is why I had a question mark pop over my head. Spriginko. Streamer, check this out. Restream.io. Yeah, that's the thing that lets you put both YouTube and Twitch chat into one, right? If I'm recalling correctly. Yeah. Yep. I know about that. I mean, I've got both the chats up on my screen right now, regardless. So I'm good on that front. And the issue is, if I wanted to display that on like stream or something, I think, what is it? I think Twitch has rules against that. Like, you can't have both chats merged on screen or something because it degrades the experience of the Twitch audience or some shit. You know, some dumb shit that I'm kind of bound to since I'm an affiliate or whatever.
Mr. Streamer has an addiction, and only reading chat can satisfy it.
Now, sometimes I just gotta let you guys be heard, right? Even if what you got to say makes me want to roll my eyes back. Any spells for YouTube chat to see my messages? Right. My head can't... I'll touch on that again, though. I as much as I would like to do that, I would have to look more into it. Because last time I looked into it, basically, you're not allowed to do that on Twitch. Which is annoying. It's very annoying, but... what can I do, right? Headcanon is that this world is actually post-apocalypse, and these synthetic human dinosaurs have human DNA there so they can reproduce. I mean, like, I could see them having, like, some human DNA, I suppose. Anon maybe, but Inco, question mark? I am the Twitch audience, and I don't give a shit. Well, unfortunately, Big Daddy Bezos, would whip his cock out and be like, no. Wrong opinion, Jeff will now hunt you down. Yeah. Wish we could see our YouTube brothers. You can. Points over to the creek. Look, they're right over there. Just go say hi to them. In next episode, Amber travels back in the DeLorean and makes sure that Anon and Fang will end up together, or she will stop existing. That's based off of those Back to the Future posts, right? With Amber and the, whatchamacallit, the poster.
I got my DNA test back. It confirmed that I'm 100% Himalayan.
Well, with some Anon DNA that does track, Amber would be 100% Himalayan. Anyone on the limo scene, Wonko said something so stupid that the game had to say that he was retarded. Yeah, but like that's just the game riffing on him at that point. It's not like it's an actual diagnosis, I don't think. Keep thinking your name is Read Down under an Australian. Read Down Under in an Australian accent. I do think that human saurian children would be warm-blooded to show the human trait. We're gonna have to start establishing a canon for this. I'm gonna need to bank everybody's opinion and figure this out. Scholars are gonna be poring over this one for years. But by Back to the Future logic, would Anon fall for Amber? I am not well enough versed to answer. I can't remember. I don't think I ever really watched Back to the Future, believe it or not. Thought they were warm-blooded, but not the human extent. Maybe? Shrugs? The wall of Automod must be torn. You Twitch boys don't really understand that how the auto mod is over on YouTube. Twitch boys, your auto mod is way more generous because I can actually tweak it. YouTube's auto mod says, streamer, I'm killing these people, and I'm like, wait, auto mod, but you didn't check me. You didn't check it by me. Don't care. Taking shot. Do you think Amber would be more like Anon or Fang? I bet Anon. I feel like I want to agree with you. Lukewarm blood, neither hot or cold, lukewarm. Saurians can have Saurian children because being either of the parents, but Saurians can only have Saurian children with humans. Okay. I'm here because of YouTube Automod. If only I could beat the shit out of Automod for YouTube. Maybe there is a way. Like, I've looked it up and I haven't seen anything, but then again, I'm also kind of fucking blind. Maybe it isn't the Automods and it's more of the YouTube viewers.
No shade, of course.
Okay, man. Nah, because like some of those messages, like let me pop over to the graveyard real quick. Let me pop over there. Graveyard. Let's see, what's one message? I can probably find a shooter that'll scratch the itch enough without supporting everything you've said. Let's see, that's one. What's another one that blew up? I had the White Arabian from the beginning of the game. Losing her hurt. Okay. I'm fine with whatever gets read. I know we'll get to none in the chamber eventually. Mm-hmm. And then there was the Hayes debacle where he was like fucking freaking out. Where was that one? Oh, was that one? That one was before we had the channel, wasn't it? Shit. Shit. Oh well. So just to hint that poster, and now to think carefully what actually happened in Back to the Future. It's never been 100% stated. Based homicidal YouTube auto mod. Not based. Cringe. Twitch boys are spoiled. Think about it. What was Anon's first thought about Fang? Flashback sequence. YouTube chat getting exposed. I got in trouble with YouTube for using black in Spanish. I cannot type in my native language without fear of auto-detect. That's what I'm saying, like, fucking Automod is just going to be very angry all the time. As far as I'm aware, you can't change it. Yeah, then she has to be Fang's wingman. Back. Hey, user. So who wants milk? Obviously, Inco's parents. I'm good. I don't need any milk right now. No milkies for me. Imagine suddenly getting bumped by his tomboy tarot chick. And Anon is a 4chaner. Yeah, he totally likes tomboys. He can be catastrophic. Now it's Futurama's take on Back to the Future. Wait, does MC Fly fall in love with his mom before he finds out she's his mom? Or McFly. That's supposed to be how you say it, right? Again, I have not watched these movies, so I'm just sitting here like nodding my head, guys. I would think Amber would be a hardcore gamer as a little kid, but when she becomes a teen, be a skater punk tomboy. But you are your own mother. That'd be fucked. The ending, Amber would be playing the guitar on stage with while Anon and Fang finally get to their dance at prom. YouTube Automata is really just a blindfolded man with a shotgun and the most sensitive feelings about what's being said. He's the dealer from Buckshot Roulette. If only he would blow himself up every now and again, that'd be funny. Imagine you guys are just sitting in the chat and then you look and you're like, wait, what? And it says YouTube Automod has banned YouTube Automod. Some of you motherfuckers would take that to be saying the most, like, prepping to just be like, alright, time to abuse this moment in time. When are you gonna play SS-13 Colonial Marines?
Maybe someday.
It's actually pretty wholesome. And I'll never brought a knife to school because if he did, then he will be arrested because I would have. Well, yeah, he brings a knife to school every time because he has to walk back through Skid Row. He just never makes it apparent. Very strong feelings toward bombs. Yeah, didn't you get like fucking executed multiple times for bomb? So you had to just resort to the emoji? What the fuck? Did you not, what the fuck, you did not watch Back to the Future? You have to correct that.
Bleh.
I don't know, maybe at some point I'll watch it. I just never had really the, one, reason to do it, or two, like, motivation to just go watch it. I mean, I don't know. Long comments get eaten. Shame. The longer the comment, the higher the chance that Automod finds issue with it. Futurama. Fry boned his grandma. He calls it the nasty and the pasty. He's literally his own grandfather. Man, time travel's fucked. Good thing we don't have to deal with that, right, guys? None of you are time travelers. And if you say you are, you probably shouldn't say that. Are all legionaries from Caesar's Legion femboys due to them all having skirts? Why don't you go up, ask Caesar that to his face? I think he'll give you your answer. Mother of the protagonist, Back to the Future, falls for him and he has to get her interested in his dad or he fades from existence. Gotta avoid the Oedipus moment. Gotta fucking dodge that shit. Dive to the side. No, pretty sure McFly knew it was his mom from the beginning. Amber and Trent would be the eccentric duo to grace some poor high school. Fun fact, there's more trees on Earth than stars in our galaxy. Jack, can somebody fact check that for me? I'm too stupid to know. Oh my god, Mia is Biff just cuz. Lotteries are used to catch time travelers. Ooh, that's a really good one. Oh, I like that one. Yeah. Good job, bozo. How'd you know the numbers? I got lucky. No, we sensed a temporal disturbance. Your ass is going to mega prison. If I ask Caesar, he's going to go on a rant about dialectics, and then I'll whip and nay on him because I know more Latin than he does. In the end, I'll be crucified. Yeah, but like you got them. You'll have like a W in your own book, right? Like, sure, it's crucifixion's what happens, and that's the end goal. Or, not the end goal, but the end result. But, like, come on, you got one over on him. Jail at the end of time sounds badass as hell. That's some of that shit you'd read in a book. Obviously, when Amber goes through her goth phase, Lucy will cringe the whole time. Have you at least seen Tremors or Starship Troopers? Guys, I feel like we should get to reading. I feel like that's important. We gotta read Inco Noted tonight at some point, right? I'll make a robot capable of feeling pain and placing the ball stabbing machine in place of Automod. Oh yeah, just go ahead, ruin human-robot relations. Just out the gate. That's a good one. Yeah, no, when he gets consciousness, I'm sure he won't be putting you in the ball stabbing machine. Posted a synopsis in Discord for the movie. Amber and Trempt. Amber and Trempt. Okay, Dino has hills. Dino has hills, so live birth. Eggs mean no hills, as young would be able to eat full. Wait, what does that mean? I don't understand. You know, I don't think having a W over a cancer victim sounds good on paper. So? What, are we belittling him because of his cancer now? Come on now. Belittle him for all the other reasons. You know, I should make a casino setting whose role is to correct the time stream. He's just a little guy. Hold up, let me see if I can find something. Something I saw recently that made me have a bit of a chuckle. I don't know if I'm gonna find it on YouTube. Yeah, I'm not gonna find it. Essentially, it's just like a short video where like it's Caesar getting ready to tell you about like the cancer or whatever, but like he's on fire and the whole screen is just like burning, and he turns around and he says, "Let's get the obvious out of the way. There's something wrong with me." Shit made me laugh so fucking hard. Can't have beef with such a little guy. Yeah, having beef with little guys is not right. They're just little. What are you gonna do? Gonna hurt the little guy? First motherfucker to make a robot feel pain will make the earth fall, to be honest. I don't know. Helldivers has taught me that we can beat them if we try and have a lot of expendable troops. I just want W over him because I don't like him. Fair. If you hate Caesar, you hate Livia. Cripples will inherit the earth. I don't know if we're gonna make that connection there. Wani time? Soon, TM. Earth trees is 3 trillion, stars in galaxies about 100, 300 billion. I haven't counted the trees, so I'm not gonna fact check you on that. Think, Malfoy, do you know what will happen if I turn my art homework into writing? I get kicked out of school? Tucker Carlson interviews Caesar. That'd be a funny one. Somebody should put that together. That'd be a good one. It means bazongas. Shermer, if you knew me, you'd know I'm immune to the ball stabbing machine. That is some immense strength that just came out of nowhere. I bow. I bow. Would Trish and Alan's kid come out turbo racist? Oh yeah. Hateful to everything. Even Truckus would blush. Amber, it's not a phase, Mom. Fang. I'm the person that you can use that line. I'm that person that you can use that line in Young Lady. Huh? Huh? Something I picked up from why Argonians have hills. Oh. The mountain, the chest mountains. Okay. Now I understand. Wait, who'd be Doc, then Sage or Reed? I think people were saying Reed. Or at least that's what was on it. I'm an hour late. Well, that's why we have the hour intermission of us just shooting the shit and chatting. Already done, mate. Just look it up. If I ever time traveled, I'd tell real life Caesar that the future is fall at New Vegas. I'd tell him about Caesar's Legion and the world burned in an invisible fire. Just really fuck with him.
But trees and stars are so big. Trees are small.
I know. We have Joe Rogan interviewing Caesar. Is that on YouTube? Because I kind of want to watch that then. Joe Rogan interviews the mighty Caesar. I'm gonna hold it a minute. I'm gonna pull this up. This ought to be a funny little thing. Oh, purple stank. We got there, boys. All right, let's see here. Oh. Let's turn. Let's depower Chedinko there. There we go.
I don't know if you heard this new development with someone called the Burn Man. It seems really interesting. I know it's all these slaves are talking about these days.
Joe, I don't really feel like discussing that. I'm not willing to discuss these rumors right now.
Right. How come? It's all anyone is talking about down at the fort.
I respect you, Joe, but these claims of the Burn Man, they're baseless. I set that profligate on fire and cast him into the Grand Canyon. Do you know anyone who could survive that?
Right.
It's ludicrous to think he poses a threat.
That's good and all, but my buddy Atticus in the Frumentarian department, he says a few guys have gone out to find him and never returned.
Okay,
what about
look,
that?
there is always going to be an occupational hazard in that role. People go missing all the time. There's no need to be alarmist about some long-dead degenerate who failed the Legion.
I know, I hear a lot of scary stuff from those guys, especially the scouts. Did you see that video of the guy getting fucked up by the rad scorpion?
I did. Actually, Lanius, I think you have a funny story about the rad scorpions out near Denver.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was outside Denver during our campaign against the Sundogs. We had returned from battle victorious and full of vitriol. One of my centurions was going wild. He got dared one slave boy that...
Wait, a slave boy you said?
Oh, sorry, my bad. I meant slave girl, obviously. Well, yeah, he got dared one slave girl that he wouldn't chug a full quart of rad scorpion poison, so he went for it. Guy went into a coma. He only woke up last week, but said he was living a completely different life with dragons and shit flying around.
Wow.
He was only out for a few months, but he said he'd been living there for 40 years.
That kind of brings me to my next question. Do you think there could be possible healing powers in Rad Scorpion Venom? My slave, she makes healing powder, right? And she said back in the day she would take it and all her paranoia and anxiety would be gone. Crazy,
Look,
right?
I'm not going to wait in here and say I'm a medical expert by any means, but that does sound like something our top guys should explore.
Amazing. Well, thanks to both of you for coming on. I know you're both busy planning the full-scale invasion of the Mojave Wasteland. Destroying the NCR is a tough job. Anyway, we'd love to have you on the show again sometime. Maybe once we've conquered Vegas.
My pleasure. Now, if you excuse me, some degenerates need to be nailed to a cross. I'll see you soon.
Real.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
Well, that's all, guys. Tune in next time, where we will be asking Volpes what is up with that dumbass fox hat. See.
Real. Fucking stupid ass fox hat. Real. Can't be stabbing the ball if you don't have them to start with. That is also real. All right, which is what is this one? What is this link? Is this the one we? Oh, yep.
We had hundreds.
Yep, that's the one we just watched. There are more trees in one average forest than there are in our solar system. I assume that's supposed to be stars in our solar system. I bet. If I get the chance to time travel, I will kick that fish that started to walk back in the water. Oh yeah, fuck, great grandpa. That dude needs to be taught a lesson. Somebody says the Tucker Carlson one is real. Let me take a look. Tucker interviewing Caesar 8 days ago. Okay. 5 minutes? Holy shit. All right. Oh, that's gonna be... All right, fuck it. Why not? Just want to say you give every character a great voice with the gameplay and fanfics. Appreciate it. We at least try over here. We try to do something with that. Tucker Lily says skirt man bad. Meant to type I'm the last person. You can use that line on. Okay. See, I thought that might have been what you were going for, but like, you know, I got to read everything as it's put just in case I'm fucking up, and then somebody can correct them. Brain more fried than I thought. So I get all that. Have you ever tried Yaguai? When is the new Vegas stream? Honestly, it'll be soon. I'm thinking I've mentioned it too much at this point to not do at least one new Vegas stream. Caesar's Legion bussy. There's always that goofy low-pitched voice. People make shitposts of it, but I think the biggest shitpost is the original Tucker and Putin interview. I haven't watched that, but wasn't that like kind of a fucking train wreck? Good morning, Vietnam. All right, here we go. We got the...
Is to inform people.
We got the video. Oh, gotta move these guys out of the way. Also, hey, look, it's me, guys. Yay. It's always funny whenever I'm pulling up YouTube during stream, and then I see myself in the corner. I'm like, what the fuck? Who's that nerd? Legion, NCR, House, Independent, Elijah. Choose your path, white man. Man, I don't fucking know. Kill them all. Let's go Elijah route.
It's been 4 years.
Traditionally, I'd always go
since the Battle
NCR,
of Hoover
but...
Dam took place, and the Mojave Wasteland is still feeling the aftermath. Both sides suffered massive casualties and are waiting for either side to make a move.
Who actually
Most
caught up to
citizens
chat? I
within
do
the
that
Mojave
sometimes.
Have little to no idea on what's happening within the confines of Fortification Hill, but they should know. They're paying for much of it, and they might not fully perceive.
Playing right now,
War
going for
between the
unarmed.
NCR and
Everyone's
the
getting
Legion
these
is a
hands.
human
A good way to
disaster.
go.
It's left thousands of people dead. It's also cut supply lines, leaving the common folk to ration or fight for basic needs. And with this leads to a new contender. Mr. House, the proprietary owner of the Vegas Strip, is looking to be a contender in controlling the Mojave. 3 entities are vying for control of New Vegas and the surrounding.
Who's that nerd? Who's that guy?
And most obvious
Chat, who's that guy?
taking here is, I could be enslaved. I could also be nailed to a cross.
Guys, he's watching
or have
us.
my legs smashed to bits, like that poor sucker in Nipton. But Caesar has provided me a safe passage to his encampment and has ensured me that I will be safe. So who are the Legion? From what we know, the Legion was formed. After having seen the corruption and in fighting within the NCR, Caesar based the new Legion off of Imperial Rome in the hopes that he would be able to
Favorite
emulate
DLC?
its success.
I think Lonesome
where all
Road.
citizens work towards the betterment
Just want to deliver
of the
mail, dude.
greater whole. He believes in his new Pax Romana, where the individual has no value beyond their utility to the state, and that the NCR will
And if he
fail
was
due to an inability
a train
to work
wreck, it
towards
didn't
the
go
greater
anywhere, just a
good.
lore dump.
Now, most of you are wondering why I'm even doing this.
Yeah,
In
why
order
are you
for
doing this?
To understand what is happening, we have to listen to both sides. Just like a coin.
I kind of think it's funny, this video, right? Because obviously it's not snowing anywhere, so it kind of just looks like he's got a bunch of fucking dandruff in his hair.
Has two sides. We can't just assume skirt man bad without hearing their justification. So with that out of the way, here is the interview. Mr. Caesar, thank you for taking the time to have this interview with me. Tell me, why are your methods in terms of showing people the might of the Legion seems to leave devastation across the land?
That's a good question. In the year 2246, the followers of the Apocalypse sent a group to the Grand Canyon to study the region's tribal languages. The group included the follower Edward Sallow, the follower physician Bill Calhoun, and the Mormon missionary Joshua Graham, with the last mentioned being a specialist in tribal dialects. Not long into their travels, the group was captured by the Blackfoot
Wildcard
tribe
NCR my
and
NV
held for
playthroughs
ransom.
cry about how I'm
At
bad
the
for it,
time,
but I like
the
going
tribe
into your
warred against
house.
7 other tribes
Yeah.
and
It's not like
suffered
any
from a lack
fucking
of
choice
skill
is
in
perfect.
warfare. Sallow noticed the Blackfoot's martial ineptitude and feared that their more numerous
The only one I feel like you
enemies
shouldn't,
would overwhelm them.
we can kind of agree on is the
Unwilling
Caesar
to
one
leave
kind of
his and his
sucks.
comrades' fate up to chance and against his companions'
Until
wishes,
until a
Sallow
Caesar head just
instructed
jumps out
his
right now and says,
captains
"Actually,
to
streamer!"
war, granting them knowledge in gun maintenance, small unit tactics,
Make sure you
explosives,
make the
and
Mojave
military
noticeably
strategy,
worse.
drawing largely on
Activates
what he
the
had
big
read
funny
about the
laser.
military tactics of ancient Roman legions. Under his guidance,
Do you
the
kill
Blackfoots not
Oliver
only
Swanik
defeated,
every time he
but
screams at you about how he
subjugated
won the
neighboring
lottery?
tribes
No, I just
and
watch him
came to respect
walk off and I'm like, yeah, he'll blow up on like a
following him as
landmine
their
later.
leader. Sallow
If I
granted
get to him on
himself the
stream
name
though, I'll
Caesar
blow his head off just
and
for you.
began reorganizing the
Takes a
tribals
sip from
who
trusty
planned
Vault
into the
13
Legion.
canteen.
Mr. Caesar,
Slurp.
this doesn't answer my question.
Attached from the
Tucker,
nuclear
please.
winter comping.
Do not interrupt me.
Patrolling the
I am
Mojave
getting
almost
to
makes
that
you wish
part.
for a nuclear winter.
Caesar, or should I say, me, established warfare policies in the Legion based on the Roman concepts of divide and conquer and total war. The Legion defeated the region's 7 tribes, from weakest to strongest.
I'd romance
and
Ulysses if
completely
given the
dominated
option.
each
Bear and
tribe's
Bull
land
talk
and
got me
people,
thinking certain thoughts.
subsuming them into his growing
Dude,
army.
Ulysses is a really good character.
Those who surrendered were conscripted, and the remainder
How can
were
Tucker
either
talk to such a
enslaved
bad dude?
or
Shake my
killed.
head.
Caesar saw the
Thank you,
tribes
Mr. Streamer. Of
playing
course,
at
of course.
war,
Anything for my people.
and tribals viewed his tactics as foreign, accustomed only to minor
Never thought about
skirmishes
joining
and
any of the
raids that never
factions. I do what I
escalated
fucking
into major
wanna.
conflicts. Under the combined leadership of Caesar and Graham, the latter of whom had been declared the Malpai legate, the newly formed legion led numerous campaigns against other tribes, forming a fanatically loyal
So can
army
we just punch
assimilated
Caesar in the head right now?
in the early days of the Legion, the powerful Twisted Hairs tribe of Arizona would aid the Legion as scouts. However, the Legion would eventually break the alliance and conquer the Twisted Hairs as they had with many other tribes.
And Tucker never got to leave. The end. You activated Archimedes? What were you thinking? I don't know. Sorry. Is that dog tweaking? A little bit. Live Legion mongrel reaction. Have you seen Snoot Game Encore teasers of the voices? I think I've seen like one. Maybe we can take a look at those real quick. Fuck it, why not? Fuck it, why not? Pulls it up. Snoot Game Encore voices. So there's the Trish. There's the Nazar. Reed. Is it only those 3? Reed, Trish, and Nazar so far? Oopsies, wrong thing. Yeah, okay. Ulysses, bull, bear, bull, bull, bear, bear, bull, bull, bear, bull, bad, bear, bear, good, bear, bear, bad, bear, bull, bull, bull. Fang looks cute with her blanket on her. Yeah, desktop Fang's pretty good. That's why we leave her on screen whenever we have the desktop views, usually. Send Spears of the Old World on Flagstaff and Shady Sands both. Cool. Alright, let's give it a listen real quick, shall we? Alright, we got Reed up on deck. So I guess for those of you who aren't aware, Snoot Encore is basically a remake, I guess, of the game, updating all the art assets, giving it voice acting, updating the music, all that good shit, right? Anybody else have anything to add to that? If so, go ahead, put it in. But this is the voice actor for Reed. Let's just play the video too. Okay.
Yo. Carfentanil, the wildest stuff a dino can get. It's only deadly when you make it wrong, man. Look, I just used the USB trash set. Wait, no. Don't get the wrong idea. It's like they say, trust is the building block of our economy.
Bro, you've known I'm in a band for like a year now.
First I was like, say what? But then I was like, yeah man, sure. Oh, sick. Right, you gotta go. Catch you later, amigo.
Alright, that's Reed. We all know the best faction for the Wasteland is the Enclave. Glory to the US of A. All the people thinking what faction's right when it's obvious. God bless the Enclave and no one else. Look, Lassiter, you and Reed are both on the same fucking wavelength there. Need Reed cake? Is it AI or voice actor? Voice actor. Glory to the President. Granite. Glory to the USA. Slav Reed. Euro Reed. Reed if he was voiced by a 17-year-old from Hungary. Sounds like some of those Mexican dudes. Why does he have an accent? I mean, I guess they were like, okay, yeah, Reed has an accent. Can't wait for Mr. Shimmy to take the role of Fang for that game. As fucking if, bro. As if. Come on now. Let's not get so delusional. Love Lily Bowen, my favorite companion. Mr. New Vegas voice acted Anon, right? Squints. Everyone has an accent. Could be better, but it's okay. I mean, it's good. I don't see any reason, like anything wrong with it. All right, go over to Nazar.
All right, man. Fang is gonna have some extra pizzas for the show. You could take some home. You know what I mean, come on. Trish, I'm not going to fight you again. Yes, difficult. And I don't know why. I get you. Hard to talk to people you don't know, right? Look, whatever happens, promise you won't hold this against them. And what happened after? I'm gonna kick all their asses!
Alright, that's Nazar. And
Hey,
now
everybody.
Trish.
Been a while since you've last heard from us. Sorry about
How long has it been? Wait a minute. Reopen, close tab.
Yes, sir.
All
3
right,
months. 1 month. Yeah, a little bit.
But hey, we'd like to introduce
Don't
you.
cut me off, you gray piece of shit!
Trish moment.
I'm Trish, and this is Reed.
Yo.
We're Fang's best friends. We have a band. I'm the lead bassist, Fang's the vocalist and secondary bass, and Reed is the drummer. They just messaged me before class, said they had to be partnered with a skinny bigot, then proceeded to show them. I look out for them because I care for them. They've been hurting because of those dicks. I'm doing my part in assuring them. Oh my goodness, you poor soul. Well, Reed is a good judge of character. Fuck you, Anon.
Fuck you, Anon! Here! Kicks him in the face. Should have been his voice on the meme. Aren't raptors like Native American? Fuck if I know, man. Anon's being voiced by Ryan Gosling. They're gonna have 2 versions, one with the extra content, and the other one is gonna be more in line with the original game. Okay. Interessante. That's some extra information for those not knowing, including myself. Why is the stoner more built than the athlete? Stoner strength. And it's a self-insert, so sort of thing. But we are literally Ryan Gosling. Our favorite trigger. Alright, speak for yourself. There's better triggers out there. All right, Mimi. First thing she says is great piece of shit. Nice. Can you listen to this? Chills Hosina CCO. We could pop it up for just a second before we get started here. Don't see any reason why not. How long is this? Okay, well, is it part of like fucking the B track? Because if so, I can go do that. But when I looked it up on YouTube, there was like fucking nothing. I assume it's supposed to be here. Chills. Oh, fucking hell. Right there. There you go. Whew. Inco should be voiced by Chris Pratt. Trish's voice is good. Could sound a bit more aggressive and smug-like. Well, you gotta give it time too, right? See what they do with the final product. Because that's just supposed to be like the teaser, like reveal. Watch the bonus vids with Stella and Rosa versus a minor. Wait, what do you mean? It's that time again. Do the caveman flow. What do you mean do the caveman flow? I can't just do the caveman flow out of nowhere. What do you want? Like, just, I'm him. I will continue to be him. Like, what? Is that what you want? Literally me for real. They have a Twitter account you can follow. I think I remember seeing that. I do not use Twitter though. Twitter Snoot Encore. Yep, there it is there. Any new posts? Any new posts? There's some retweets. Okay, there's fucking Trish in a bikini. All right, interesting. Carl's face on Dracula. Yep. Oh no, it's the fucking, oh guys, uh-oh. it's this one. It's this, guys, look away. It's evil. It's sinister. It's sinister and evil. Stay away. Oh, I think this is somebody mentioned it recently. The kids gang. Was it just me, or do none of the voices sound right? I think they sound alright for what they are. The thing is, whenever you've got something in your brain as a way it should be, you're gonna have resistance when it's not immediately the same thing you're thinking. So, I feel like they'll grow on you. Jack Black voicing Anon. He sounds just like Nazar from GVH. What an insult. Will Anon get a voice actor? I wouldn't doubt it. What is that? It depends on which one you were talking about. If it was the comic with the black and white, it's like an E1 comic, and it's not coat fic. It's evil fic, I think, is what's going on there. And when she wakes up and try to get back with Inco, right? Stoner strength, they're super skinny and eat like Shaggy, or they bloat. Alright, what do you want from me? I don't know. I'm just trying to answer something. Beats are fire. I will ask you every single stream to do the flow. They have a YouTube short of Newa and Mimi. Oh yeah, the one with the watermelon? Yeah, I've seen that one. Been following that comic. It's been getting posted in the Discord, so I've been kind of tracking along with it. What do you think? I mean, like, it's good. Like, most of the tracks on the B track are pretty good. What's 9 plus 10? 21? German acknowledges pain to taunt us. Yes. It's pain, but I'm being confident the artist will give us a happy ending to it. Why would you be confident in that? I feel like none of the voices fit, but they're not bad. Again, I'd say just give it some time. See how it is in the final product. And will be voiced by Chris Chan. Let's hope not. Read the entire comic, Mr. Streamer, the E1 one. No. No. Maybe later. Interesting. I look back from cleaning, and this is it. More Snoot Wani content. Nice. Yep. Usually we're reading on Sundays and Mondays recently. Mondays for sure, Sundays more often than not. Could you play it more often? I mean, the BG music. I mean, I play the background music for all of Wani. The thing is, this is from the B side, so usually it needs to land on that to get to that video. Telling Mr. Streamer, watch bonus Snoot Game Encore vids. Perhaps later. Perhaps at the end of stream, we'll take a look more at that. Because at some point we actually do need to get through the 2 chapters tonight. We'll probably be starting that soon. Ugh. Evil Thick is just normal Thick for me. What a truly twisted and fucked up mind you must have. Someone posted on the Discord? Yeah, I believe people were posting that one on the Discord. For the theoretical project that may or may not happen, I'm just gonna use Talkloids of the GVH cast. Cannot voice act at all. Voice act all those people myself. Hey, whatever you gotta do, right? Though, I mean, you don't have to have voice acting necessarily.
Make us feel sad, Mr. Streamer.
You wanna feel sad? I'll give you something to cry about. Gets the belt. I feel like the voices will never fit because we all have our inside voice for the characters when we first played them. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what I was not hinting. That's kind of what I was saying earlier. Everybody's has their own interpretation of stuff. So when reality doesn't quite mesh with that, there's going to be friction. You kind of just have to let it kind of work through exposure. It's why, like, if you see somebody with, like, if you know somebody who has, like, longer hair and everything, and then one day they go bald, it's going to feel really fucking strange. Because it's not what you're used to. But over time, you'll get used to it. Inco would be better suited for Chris-chan. Excited for Encore. You know, I would like Snoot Fang to be voiced by the lady that sang the COD zombie songs. Like fan ones or like the ones in the Easter eggs? Because might be a little more difficult to procure. About VAs, what kind of characters would you voice? Fucking, I don't know. I've never really thought about it. Like, I'd kind of do whatever. Like, as long as it's in my vocal range, I would give it a try. It could be fun. I'm gonna just create the resistance wall in my brain with his voices for the characters. I feel like the voice actress Luna would fit Fang very well. Yeah, I think I could see that. I want to hear Spears' voice. His yelling moments will be perfect. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm interested to see what all that's gonna be when it comes out. It ought to be fun. Plus, I get to kick back and coast through it, guys. I won't have to like, I won't have to read. You know how nice that'll be for me? I just get to just chill. Crack open a beer. Just fucking. I wouldn't crack open a beer. I fucking hate beer. But you know what? The vibe's there. The vibe's there. Okay. Elena Siegman is who I'm thinking of. Dismissed. Tart Spears be like spores. In a low tone, your tastes are trash and your waifu is shit. I need to hear that line said by a voice actor. It will be pretty good. And I feel like that'll get used in a couple different places. Ow, fuck, my hair. Just got stuck or something. I can voice act Dr. Miss the Monarch. That's about it. Well, as long as you got one in your pocket ready to go. I think Inco fits you just right, like he's your type of character. Thus I thought you would look like him. No. No. No, I do not look like Inco. Someone did some AI dubs, Sneak Game on YouTube. I do remember seeing that. I'll be honest, I kind of wasn't super interested in that, given that I knew that Snoot Game Encore was being worked on. Like, AI voices is fun and everything, but it's just like, I don't know. If Snoot Game Encore ever needs Duke Nukem, I'm their man. I'll get you in touch if they ever make an announcement about that. Because, you know, obviously I have ties to the Snoot Encore development team. Obviously. Spears was like a civilized caveman in my head, almost sounded like a Japanese man speaking English fluently with some Japanese quirks. I can see that. Okay. Go ahead and get Inco Noted up on stream. We're probably going to start here in just a minute. We'll chat just a little bit more and then we'll get this reading. If we wanted to go official VAs with Snoot, I would say Spears would be Matt Mercer. I mean, isn't Matt Mercer like a go-to voice actor for like fucking everything? My vote is for you as Anon or Spears. It's funny to see that people are like, yo, Mr. Streamer, you could do the voice. Like, I appreciate it. I really do. But it's just kind of weird to me because I'm like, oh, would people even... Like, of course, people from my stream would be like, yeah, sure, why not? Put the voice in. Put your voice in, Mr. Streamer. But then I'm sitting here like, would other people even care about that? I feel like there's probably someone who could do way better than me. But that's just, you know, your own, like, insecurities about your proficiency in something, right? So... Only AI voices I've heard was the Fang and Pants. Olivia's big boss from Metal Gear Solid, and I'm voiced by Keith David. Mr. Streamer, you're a good voice actor. Oh, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. The one, like, the one fucking, hold up. The one AI voice thing I remember, for Fang is, hold up a sec, I got it here. Pause this for a sec.
Alright, kitten. Listen up, because mommy needs your help here, okay? Pause the game, okay? Pause the game for mommy, okay? I need your eyes up here, kid. I'm putting these onions in this pan, okay? And I'm gonna walk out this door. Yes, that's right. Mama's gotta go for 8 hours, but she needs these onions caramelized by the time she is a— Stop looking at the computer! Mommy needs you to caramelize these onions for her, okay, kitten? Mom needs all 5 pounds perfectly caramelized and cooked down till they're all evenly brown and sweet. And yes, it does need to take the whole 8 hours. Mommy needs you to babysit these fucking Carmies, okay, kitten? I said turn off the fucking game.
Of course, that's by Doe. And just type Fang's Carmies if you want that, so. Use that orc voice for Spears from Skyrim. I think it fits well. It's been a while since I played Skyrim, so I would have to think about what that exactly sounds like, but I've got something in mind. I have that video saved to listen to. I don't know. I didn't know it was AI voices, and that burns me out now. Want it to be real folks. There will be real folks later. Don't worry. Don't worry. Mercer and Yuri. Fun fact, there's a black hole that can fit more than 5 solar systems in it. Yeah, but have you considered me not going over there? Have you considered not going over to the big black hole and dying? 8 hours is crazy. Some of my streams are 8 hours. Spears voiced by Joe Swanson. Hey, Anon. There are people other than you, you know. Damien voiced by David Hayter. What the? Should look up Fang hates Windows updates. Oh boy. Oh boy. Well, I think we'll probably get to Inco Noted here, but if we got some time at the end, we'll look at some more videos for the fuck of it to close out the night. She needs her caramelizate caramel onion. Will Mo be voiced by an Italian? Yeah, they're getting Chris Pratt. They liked his Mario. Normalize not going into the big black hole. Guys, I know it's controversial take, but I don't think we should really drive over to the black hole, all right? I think maybe we can stay at home and just chill today. I don't think that's too much of an issue. You don't have to go to the black hole, some wander the universe. Well, if it needs to talk to us, it can come to us, you know? We don't have to go out of our way to get to it. If it wants to interact, it'll come to us first. It's not that big a deal, guys. It's not that big a deal. Black holes detected. Your existence is rapidly approaching. All right, fucking Nibiru moment, I guess. You seen Olivia Pizza Tower mod? It looks cool. Yeah, I've seen it. It do look neat. Fang voiced by Arnold. Alright, I think with that, we're going to go ahead and get into Inco Noted Ch.6 here. Ugh. Everybody, if you need to grab like a guagua or something, feel free to do that real quick. I'm probably going to grab another bottle myself. Ugh. Go piss or anything you need to do, and we'll get rolling once we get back. So you got like 2 minutes, and then it's game time. But for right now, you guys can have the BRB screen, so have fun. Okay. Yo, homeboy's back. I got the new water here. You want to hear me like crack it open? There we go. Nice cold water. Just got the black hole in my hand and then close my hand, closing the black hole. Is it that easy? Wonder if Tracy will be on Encore. I'm hoping Tracy's VA will be hot. Or will sound hot. I feel like Tracy would definitely be an Encore. But though we're gonna have to wait and see with the dragons. Someone have the link to E1 image on Twitter. Showed a little while ago. Didn't see it well. I mean, if you go to the Snoot Game Encore Twitter, just scroll down and you'll hit it eventually. It's not too far down in the scroll, so you should be fine. Did you bring all you can eat shrimp from Red Lobster? No, but I brought the biscuit roll, the biscuits, the little rolls you get at the beginning. So if you guys want some of those, I'm gonna set these in the corner. You can have them while we're reading. Just make sure you don't take all of them. Share with the rest of the group, okay? I wonder if that the cab driver sound like the Monarch.
Is this more ASMR?
Yeah, I guess so. Or something. One fic is bad. Fidel. There you go. Can you be Anon's Encore? They already got their whole fucking VA cast laid out. They do not need more people. It's not logged in Twitter, probably for the best. Steal the biscuits. Alright, with that, we're going to go ahead and start up Inco Noted Ch.6 here. Everybody, get comfortable. We're going to be here for probably ballpark at 2 hours 45 doing the readings here. These chapters take at least an hour for me, so 2 chapters is going to be at least 2 hours. And you want to sprinkle a little bit more time on top in case I take a little bit longer. So we're going to call it about 1 hour 20 for each, so 240. And then we'll have a little bit of a closer at the end where we can just chill, decompress a little bit, and we'll end the stream, and we'll be back again tomorrow with more of the Inco Noted, and probably some one-off shit, since it would be pretty quick to wrap up. Alright, everybody good? Cool. Here we go. Chapter 6. My overnight stay at the hospital went well, as predicted. My morning check-in with the Dr. Niket, who mirrored much of the same frustrations as my temporary doc from yesterday, went without issue as well. A little bit of paperwork for Dad, and I was back home. On the way back, he playfully chastised me about it, but I could tell he was worried. I'm sorry, Dad. Really trying not to make a habit of this. Dad dropped me off at the house, and I wandered up to my room before laying in bed. I wasn't sleepy, but man, was I tired. How many times could Mia try and destroy my life in such relatively quick succession? I know she's Ben's lifeline to a normal world or whatever, but I hope Ferris and Scalar throw the book at her. Maybe literally. That'd be funny. It was bright and early, just coming up on 7. Dad managed to snag me early with some talking to Dr. Niket so he could scoot off to work. They said they were going to try and reduce their workload, but I had no idea how long that was going to take, or if it'd realistically happen at all. All I could do was trust my new parents. They would try at least. New Inco was trying. New Mom and Dad seemed to be too. No point in stressing over it. My phone buzzed with a message from Damien. Yo! I could easily imagine him shouting that, flailing his arms around at nothing in particular. I waited a moment longer, but no follow-up message seemed to be coming. What's up, dude? I fired off. Heartbeat later, I got a message with a picture attached. Going off the barely coherent smear of pixels, I couldn't tell if Damien was excited when taking it or having a grand mal seizure. I squinted at my phone, trying to discern the pixels through the crack in my screen. A recognizable smear of green and purple? What? What? Olivia? Is that Olivia? I messaged back. You couldn't tell him the picture? She wheeled herself to school today, he retorted. Your pictures suck, bro. No, that didn't matter. Olivia was active and out and doing stuff. Her new wheelchair clearly got delivered and she was capitalizing on it now. I was conflicted. On the one hand, I was pissed I was stuck at home today on doctor's orders, and that gave me an excuse to not deal with the school rumor mill that was no doubt worrying away about my epic confrontation with Mia. Now, on the other hand, I wasn't there to, I don't know, test the waters. By everything I knew, Olivia was still generally uncommunicative. But she was actually being active, so that seemed like that was a step in the right direction. If I was there, I could see how she'd react to me, I guess. Though, I don't know if I could take it if she immediately lashed out at me. Or just ignored me like I didn't exist. I groaned and ran a hand over my scalp. I don't know what to do here. I knew what I wanted. I wanted to talk to her. There was a lot we were going to have to talk about. A lot to work through. A lot to repair. But if I was being fully honest with myself, right now I just wanted to hear her voice at all. Let me know how she's doing, okay? I fired off to Damien. He quickly replied with a thumbs up icon, and I was left waiting. I couldn't doodle. Nothing on you Snoot sounded interesting. Movies just sounded like work right now. It was the lack of ability to doodle that was especially galling. I'd grown pretty accustomed to just filling the space with the activity, and I felt like I kept slowly but steadily making progress. To have it taken away from me like this was maddening. Was this how Olivia felt about being put on pause after a wrist injury? If so, I could kind of get why she was annoyed with the lunch date. It was still wrong to snipe at Liz like that, but I got it. I put my mangled phone down. Apparently the plan was either Mom and Dad were going to take me to the store after work hours today and get my phone replaced. Since it was actually medically relevant to me, in a fashion, we wanted to get that done quick-like. I think my parents also were using it as an excuse for wanting them to duck out of work early. And I pulled up my computer, and after looking at the phone models, including my current one, in a case there was a more drawing-friendly option out there. I ended up navigating through various associated devices and utilities before landing on an online store that sold drawing tablets. I blinked when I finally actually zoned back in and realized what I was idly navigating towards. I skimmed the options. I wasn't sure if these were any good, but it was apparently a reputable brand, and any of these would be, at minimum, double the surface area of the phone. all the way up to matching my monitor in size. I know a good craftsman doesn't blame their tools, but there were definitely times I felt the screen size of my phone limited me quite heavily. Olivia always painted with a full-size canvas or doodled in a full-size notebook. That was much more room than our phones. I thought back to Liz and how she did digital art. Did she have something like this? And I pulled up my phone and navigated to a site on it before firing off a message to Liz. Hey Liz, sorry to bother. Ever used anything like this before? It was mid-class, so she wouldn't get back to me right away, but she was much more reliable than Damien about replying. She'd get back to me when class ended. I milled around on Snoot, watched a few review videos on some of the tablets, but honestly the recommendations didn't really mean much to me. I didn't know enough about them to tell if the reviews were good, faith examinations, or if they were paid ads masked as a review. Some time passed, and my phone buzzed. I do, yes, but I don't think they're Olivia's style. She likes to paint, right? Liz replied. I laughed. No, Liz, it's for me. I want to move a bit past crappy doodles on my phone. I fired back. The typing bubbles popped up, disappeared, and reappeared. Oh, well, if you're starting out, I'd recommend a simpler model. The high-end ones have a lot of features you couldn't really use, so it's a waste of money. That made sense. I could always upgrade later if I ended up liking it. No need to overcommit right away. We talked shop for a few minutes, and she laid out a few recommendations, including the model she had gotten on her start on. Though she highlighted to just get this year's refresh, as it should be the same in the end. I thanked her for suggestions. Videos on Snoot may not have been helpful, but I've seen Liz's work. If she's got a recommendation, I was going to take it seriously. I mulled over the choices a bit more before finally settling on the starter model she recommended. If it was good enough for Liz starting out, it'd certainly be more than enough for me. Our styles of art were different, but I'd imagine the usage of the tablet itself wasn't that different in the end. I paused. Our art styles. Liz's art was a clean digital look. She favored architectural or interior spaces, but gave them a flash of life. She also was very keen on establishing all the fine details of the lighting in complex spaces like that. Her art style was refined and very her. My art style today was crude doodles. I didn't have an art style, really. I clicked the purchase order on the starter tablet and was pleased to find it had the same day shipping. Modern global logistics. My savior. I didn't have an art style yet, but I'd been enjoying the doodling on my phone, even when they sucked. So maybe it was time to actually work out who I was. And as an artist, Liz had her digital architectures and Olivia had her realism fantasy fusion painting. I didn't know what was me, but it was weirdly chomping. I was weirdly chomping at the bit to find out. My phone buzzed again, likely status update from Damien. I tapped the messaging app. It was from Live Long. You dead? My heart leapt in my throat. Oh, fuck. Olivia messaged me. Oh, fuck. I'm not at school today. I looked at the time in the corner of the screen, and sure enough, it was about when second period would start. She clearly noted my absence, and with my message from yesterday, she wanted to know what happened, which means Damien didn't pass along anything. Did Damien not talk to her at all this morning? Maybe he was just too flabbergasted that she went. I considered how to approach my reply. Her tone was pretty casual, so maybe replying in kind was okay? At home today, Doc's orders. We'll be there tomorrow, I replied. I held my phone with both hands as my heart raced, waiting for a reply. A moment later, one came. I deflated a bit. It was a casual tone, but I was sort of hoping for more. I clicked my tongue in annoyance and chastised myself. No, moron. This is leagues better than you expected. Last time she actually saw you, you nearly tossed her down the stairs and killed her. still. It was the first response she'd given me since Christmas. And by what Damien said, she only offered the pain's grunts of indifference. What did that mean? Did it mean something? Did it mean anything? Surely she wouldn't hold me in higher regard than her own I'm not their family, if you haven't noticed. The recollection of how Olivia felt in relation to the pain struck me. I remembered the night of the formal, when Damien told her that they were discussing kicking her out, when he yelled at her, when Randy told us to leave, when she'd hurt Vinny's feelings. Olivia, the rest of us are talking about just kicking you out once we graduate. Damien's snarled yell echoed in my head. He hadn't meant to bring it up, but he laid out directly to Olivia's face that they were confirming her greatest fear. That as soon as graduation happened, she was out, and she had nothing and nowhere else. Fuck. I yelled. What do I do about this? Can I do anything about this? I anticipated her despising me, and that'd be fine. Well, not fine, but acceptable. But the idea she'd choose whatever was left over that they had scraped off the floor after the winter formal over her own god family? That was scary. It was a really scary thought. But who do I even talk to about this? Randy or Sophia? Maybe? Mom and Dad were still kind of in the dark about what happened between me and Olivia, so they were out. Damien seemed to be keeping at a safe distance, which was, admittedly, probably the best for now. Liz wouldn't be able to help either. The last couple times Liz and Olivia had chatted had generally gone poorly. Mr. Ferris was wise, but frankly I expected bringing anyone into the loop from the school that was core to the systematic trampling of her hopes and dreams would blow up something awful. God damn it. Why wasn't Yadigan still here? I let my phone fall on my lap and pressed both of my palms to my eyes. The black eye was healing, but had a ways to go yet. The pain was sharp, but it was nothing compared to the inner turmoil that was roiling within me. I let it boil around in me, and slowly, but surely, let it calm. I didn't know what to do, but talking things out with people had mostly worked so far, and we did need to talk. So maybe that was the right play. I didn't know, but I didn't have any other cards other than the pains, and I wasn't even sure they could help. Or if them being involved would just make things worse. I breathed in and out deeply to settle myself. Remember, Inco, talking things out's been working. It's your best card to play. If it doesn't work, then at least you did what you could. I picked my phone back up and typed a response. Talk to you tomorrow. I contemplated attaching a little dancing gator gif we like to trade back and forth on the message, but thought better of it. And I was still going in blind on what the mood would be, so for now, we'll play it safe. Reply. Okay. I let out a long, steady breath. Okay. Tomorrow it was. Unfortunately, true to their word, my parents saw to me getting my phone replaced. It ended up being Dad again. Apparently they flipped a coin for the privilege again, too. My parents were goofy as hell, but I was growing to like it a lot. The transfer of data and applications went without a hitch, and I was the brand new owner of an identical replacement for the phone that was brand new 2 weeks ago. The expression the sales rep absolutely read as, "Be more careful next time." Sure, pal. I'll be extra special sure to not have my phone launched when someone bodies me into the floor next time. Dad stayed home with me after that, and we ordered takeout. Mom didn't get back till late. She looked exhausted, but had a triumphant smile to her. Whatever was happening at work went well, I guess. I wasn't a fan of the partial return to the status quo, but I felt close enough to my parents now that I could feel pleased seeing them proud of their work. one step at a time. I got my drawing tablet, but I couldn't bring myself to do anything other than get it set up. I was excited, certainly, but the looming specter of talking to Olivia clouded my head to the point I couldn't focus on the art. I wasn't sure if this was what artist block was, but if so, I really hope they find a cure one day. It's stressful as hell. Morning came, and Mom and Dad were already gone. I sighed. I followed my old routine and boarded the metro. No Mr. Ferris to make small talk to. Or even risk maybe asking for advice on Olivia, too. Couldn't tell if that was a good thing or not. My head was too jumbled up. School began. Gym went without a hitch. While participation wasn't mandatory, I didn't want to get completely soft. While the rest of the students were having to do their usual sprints, I managed to talk Solly into letting me at least walk the laps. He gave me a stern look over, followed by a smirk. He clearly approved. Damien, without having to worry about Mia bitching up the front of the pack, absolutely crushed everyone else in his runtime. He'd pause periodically as he lapped me to give me a goofy smile and a double thumbs up before I'd shoo him off to keep running so Solly wouldn't bring down the hammer. Gym was a lot less stressful now that there was a Mia-shaped hole in the roster. Class ended, we hit the showers and broke away. I navigated to Yadikin's classroom, my hand hovering over the handle. Alright, Inco. Fortress Olivia. Worst thing she can do is literally kill you. That admittedly wasn't that funny. I opened the door, and sure enough, the green baryonyx girl was seated in her usual spot at the front. As the door opened, she reflexively turned her head, and our eyes met. God, I miss seeing her eyes. The silver pools were backed by the same yellow sclera as always. She was wearing her normal pattern, dark jeans, slippers, a black shirt with her favorite purple hoodie over it. Her hair was a little longer, and the bags under her eyes were still there. As I discerned her, she returned the gesture. Subtle tweaks in her eyes and brow. Her lips curled towards a snarl, but never quite made it that far. Whatever mental battle she was fighting with herself over seeing me again, eventually one side or another of it won out, and her face returned to resting neutral expression. Then she turned to focus back to the front of the class. I took that as a sign I'd passed at least some initial validation check, and took my usual seat next to her. I could feel her tense up slightly, but I let the situation sit for now. When she realized I wasn't going to immediately start accosting her, she loosened, if only slightly. Class began. The sub continued to be as much a horrid bore as she was before. I wasn't supposed to, but honestly, if I didn't do something, I would certainly fall asleep in class and get in trouble anyways. I pulled out my phone and, using the stylus, scrawled out a note and flashed it to Olivia. What's up? She read the message and returned to focus at the front of the class. But her arms began to move. She opened her notebook and scratched out a note of her own.
Not much. Looked like you almost died.
A little bit of a smirk tugged at my face. Her expression remained to practice neutral. Almost did, I replied, trying for a spot of levity. Her brow tweaked in a frown form. She looked down and stared at her desk. Fuck. Wrong thing to say. But I'm doing all right now, I hastily scrawled. Again, she read the note, but the soft, saddened expression held. Her eyes drifted to the neck brace. I hate my neck brace. Doc's forcing me to wear it. It hasn't hurt at all for a week now. That was a lie, of course, but she didn't need to know that at the moment. She raised her claw to the page for a moment before jotting down her response. Sorry. And that was the end of the conversation for the rest of the period. It could have gone worse, but it also could have gone better. Class ended. Olivia had wheeled herself out early, as she had always done, so I expected to not see her until the cafeteria. To my surprise, however, she was waiting in the hall.
Wanna roll with me?
She asked. I nodded. We walked to the elevator, and Olivia tapped the call button, which immediately opened the doors. I slipped in alongside her, as I had often done in the first semester. She reached into her pocket for the key, but I produced my own and inserted it into the slot, and pressed the first floor button for her. She shot me a quizzical look. Well, this is probably the best time to pull this particular band-aid off, when we were alone. If my accommodations, I garbled out. The standard pattern. Her brow furrowed, her eyes started. The wheels turned, and then the look of horror settled on her face. Fuck. Inco, she whispered. I shook my head and pulled out my phone. It's fine. I get by. On the plus side, I'm medically justified to use my phone in class, my text-to-speech voice explained as I gave a smile. Her face contorted into a forced smile, and she played with her claws as we waited for the rickety elevator to settle, hitting the ground floor. Yeah, she said. That joke didn't land either. Crap. The only option I had was just trying to establish some level of normalcy. The elevator dinged, and the doors opened. I pulled out my key, and before she could wheel forward, I stepped partway out into the hall and swung my arm out and bowed low, as if was ushering her from a limousine. As I stole a glance at her, I could see the barest flicker of a smile. Okay. Well, that was something. Come on, I'll treat us to the best junk food vending machines can offer, like usual, my digital voice droned. The smile faded at hearing it, but she didn't quite look as disturbed as before. It's okay, Olivia, just treat me normally. As long as I don't out myself, I'm normal, like you. My conversation with Ben popped into my head, and I suppressed the frown that tried to follow it. Yeah, we're the same, I got it. We got to the cafeteria, but there was no playful bowling over other students, using Olivia's battering ram. I didn't dare overstep my bounds. She wheeled herself over to the usual spot while I accumulated a junk food pile fit for a king. I laid out the spread on the table as usual, and everyone grabbed their cut as was our custom. Olivia hesitated only for a moment before I gestured for her to partake as normal. It's fine, Olivia. It's normal. And that seemed to settle her, and she went about munching on a bag of chips as usual. Damien was trying his hardest to not pop, like he was holding something in. I sighed and leaned over to him, and he flipped his frills for another not-so-secret meeting. Dude, how's it going? Has she said anything to you? I jotted down about how we had a brief conversation in art, and he aggressively nodded his head. She hasn't talked to you? His face fell to a sad, disappointed look. Nah, man, she grunted answers at Mom and Pop like she used to, but she doesn't even seem to acknowledge I'm real. It kinda hurts. I'll try and figure out what's up. Just sit tight, I noted down. Another furious nod, before he let me return back. Olivia fired off one of her classic raised eyebrows at me before deciding she didn't really care all that much and returned to her chips. So, Liz. I used my TTS to break the awkward silence. Olivia tensed slightly again at hearing it, but otherwise continued to snack. Yes, Inco? Liz's head lowered from the leafy greens above. I'll always be amazed that she can speak so clearly even when she has a whole mouthful of leaves. I got that drawing tablet in. Haven't used it yet, but I got it set up. I want to give it a try tonight, my digital voice explained. Oh, how wonderful. It worked great for me when I started out. I'm sure it'll work great for you. If you have any questions about how to use it, feel free to ask, she returned with a pleased smile. In my periphery, I noted that Olivia's eyes widened slightly. She'd obviously known I'd started doodling in the group chat, but committing to a real, actual piece of art equipment was a novel step. One she didn't really anticipate clearly. In fairness, I didn't anticipate it until yesterday either. Yo, Inky, you gonna do digital art like Liz? Damien asked. Not quite the same. I want to look into sketches. She recommended me a good drawing tablet to get started, I replied. You're not gonna get a new camera? He questioned. His voice started with his normal energy, but stumbled before the end, realizing that it may be a bad question to ask. Liz, feeling the awkwardness of the new twist, hoisted her head back up to the rafters, completely dodging this part of the conversation entirely. I couldn't blame her, but she was a traitor. Damien looked pained. Olivia, though, had a neutral expression, but was staring a hole into me. She'd stopped eating her chips and was waiting to see what the answer was. I didn't dare look her way. No, I've been considering in the past weeks, and I don't think I'll do photography anymore, I answered. I see, was all Damien could manage. I turned my focus to Olivia without turning my head to see her reaction. She looked sad. It's fine, though. I've been having a lot of fun doing the doodles. It's also easier to do whenever, as opposed to needing a camera, and lenses everywhere. I tried to redirect. Damien's furious nodding returned, like he was trying to agree to the point for everyone. Olivia's downcast expression returned to her chips before crushing up the bag and just leaving. I turned to watch her leave as she wheeled herself out of the cafeteria. I let out a sigh. Not how I was hoping that would go. Sorry, man. I wasn't thinking and I shouldn't have brought it up. Damien apologized. I waved him off. You didn't mean anything by it. The subject is going to be sensitive for a while, I replied. My dismissal didn't really seem to help him feel better. Obviously, he noted the especially cold reception Olivia had been giving him, so her leaving when he brought up a sore subject was probably extra unpleasant. We'll figure it out, Damien, I told him. Next was photography. I wish I could swap classes, but it was second semester now. I'd be too far behind on any lessons for a different class. I was consigned to sit through a class for a subject I had no interest in trying again. I spent the period taking notes on my phone, by which I mean I just doodled. The substitute teacher shot me an annoyed glance periodically, but she couldn't really say anything about my phone use unless it was apparent I was doing something I shouldn't. I also noticed Ben's absence. I hadn't figured he'd try and track me down during lunch or anything when I got back, but I'd at least expected to see him show up to class. We didn't part on the best terms on Monday, but I felt we had reached some level of understanding with one another at least. I weighed sending him a message, but then thought better of it. If he was in a bad enough mood to skip class, Mr. Student Council Pres himself, then the last thing he'd want is to have to deal with is me badgering him. Class ended, and now on to history. I got to class, and Olivia was already in her spot. And as I entered, she stole a glance back at me, and I gave her a nod in return. After another moment of maintaining the stare, she gave me a slow nod herself and returned her book. We didn't exchange any notes. The class passed as boringly as Miss Procklin could make it, and I focused mainly on Olivia for the duration of it. She didn't try any glances after the first one. She was just huddled over and focusing inward. It's almost like back when she was beating herself up over the art contest. It pained me to see. Class neared its conclusion, and Olivia was let out early. She stole a glance at me again before she exited the room, which I returned as before. Well, if I was lucky, she'd be waiting for me outside the school, and we could talk then. School concluded, and I went out as I usually did. To my surprise, Olivia was actually out there waiting for me. I approached her quickly, but cautiously. Didn't want to spook her. Didn't want to make her think of the stairs again. Hey, my TTS voice said. She flinched again before turning to face me. Hey. We waited there in the cold air for a moment in silence. Clouds of our warm breath danced on the wind. I think we need to talk, I said. I could hear her swallow. Her hands shoved into her hoodie pocket, but I could tell by the movement of it she was wringing her hands out of stress. After a moment, she nodded. She still wasn't looking my way. So, No, wait, she said, cutting me off. Well, she tried to, but the text-to-speech voice finished what I had typed in. Did to apologize to you. Her head whipped around so fast, I was afraid she would need a neck brace.
What? You? What for?
Her voice was raised. And that wasn't the reaction I was expecting. Her face was contorted and filled with sorrow, like the words had been a slap across her face. I just stared at her for a moment, confused at where this conversation was spinning to. Look, let's find some place we can sit down for a bit. Somewhere that isn't cold? Now her face tightened to an annoyed frown. She replied with a frustrated huff.
Fine.
I gestured to her towards the metro and she followed suit. I contemplated going to a restaurant or something, but what was likely to be inbound was a private affair, and likely involved tears and shouting if the last 2 weeks were any indication. My place okay? It's quiet. I have snacks, I offered.
Sure.
She wheeled to the designated spot and flipped a collapsible seat up. I took a seat next to her. The trip went by in silence. We reached our stop and Olivia followed me off. We continued in silence down the streets until we reached my place. Not a word needed to be said. She still remembered where I lived. No car in the driveway and no sign had been stashed in the garage. Good. Mom and Dad were still at work. That almost felt alien to be happy about now, but me and Olivia would need our privacy for what comes next. I didn't need them interrupting anything. I opened the door and held it wide for her as she wheeled herself into the living room. I pulled out a few odd snacks Mom had restocked the pantry with and some sodas from the fridge and laid them out on the table in the living room. I moved the piece of sectional of the couch to give Olivia a place to seat her wheelchair more comfortably, but she stayed put. All right. Took my seat on the couch. Olivia's face told me she wanted to go first. Her eyes squinted in frustration, flicking to me. Her tail whipped back and forth behind her. After a minute of contemplation, she began.
Why do you think you need to apologize to me?
I wasn't as dumbstruck by the question this time, as it was obviously going to be what we'd return to, but I was certainly perplexed by it. Why wouldn't I? Olivia, I helped destroy your confidence. Helped hurt your connection to your family.
They're not my family,
she snarled, her sharp teeth on full display. Lee, I tormented you and gave you up to Ben and Mia, and I almost got you killed. My text-to-speech voice finished. Her eyes squeezed shut at the last part. The fangs were still exposed, but her eyebrows turned up, her expression moving from anger to agony.
No, I did that to myself. You were just...
Olivia began.
You were just trying to help. You didn't mean anything by it, and I acted like a child.
Olivia, I said.
I'm sorry, Inco. You were right about everything. You did so much for me, and I just kept acting like a spoiled child. I kept slapping your help away when you tried to hug me and make me feel better. I let my anger get the better of me. I pushed you away, and you had to save yourself. Save me from myself.
She brought her head up, and I recognized that face. I remembered it perfectly. It was when she was crying after I found her on the train in the rain. On the day of announcing the finalists for the art contest. Tears rolled down her face freely. I stood and moved in front of her. She flinched, but didn't resist. I reached out and, after a moment of hesitation, grabbed both of her hands in my own. Aleha, I garbled out her name.
I did that. I did that to you. It's all my fault.
She barely managed out through her sobs. Her head drooped down, and I raised myself up slightly. I slipped my hands around her back and behind her neck and pulled her into my embrace. She didn't resist this time. This time was different. It wasn't me being a self-serving ass that couldn't see the harm I was doing. It wasn't me being a socially maladjusted cancer on his friend group. It wasn't me being a psychological abuser of his girlfriend. It was new Inco, trying to give comfort to the girl that time and time again had been beaten down by the world around her. I was all cried out from the last 2 weeks. I wasn't sure if I'd be restocked anytime soon, but the urge to weep with her was there. Her snout was laid over my shoulder, her arms limp in her lap. She cried openly, with her tears wetting my own cheek. The words weren't coherent, but hopefully the meaning was as I whispered comforts into her ear. I ran my hand through her hair. Anything at all I could do to bring this poor girl even a sliver of solace. I couldn't say how long we stayed like that. Even after the weeping ended and the tears stopped, I was scared to break away. Felt like doing so would be abandoning her again. Her shuddering breath steadied. As she composed herself enough to control her breathing, she began whispering apologies to me, answering my well wishes with her sorrows. I wasn't sure if it was going to be too forward, but it felt like releasing her was an even more treacherous option. All I had done for this girl when she needed support was leave her behind. She could be angry at me for this if she wanted. It was better than seeing her like this. Without pulling my head from hers, I shifted my angle and slipped my arm that was behind her away. I looped it under her knees and, with a bit of a grunt, hoisted her from her wheelchair. Olivia's only reaction was to emit a small eep before she realized what I was doing. I lifted her fully and waddled my way over to the couch. My arms were burning, but I'd happily let my muscles explode if it let me keep control right now. I pivoted again, and I laid myself back into the couch. Olivia was curled against me. After I'd settled, she shimmied a little bit and adjusted her own. I took that as a sign I finally did something right for her. She couldn't look at me still. Her snout was still draped on my shoulder, and her arms thrown around my head. I reached into my pocket and acquired my phone. This was going to be a hell of a trick pulling a conversation off like this, but I wasn't about to let her slip away again. It was slow going, but I managed to get a rhythm typing in letters to my text-to-speech app with just one thumb. I queued up the message and looped my arm around by her head so she could hear it. You didn't do anything to me, Olivia. I did this to myself. She sniffled and dug her face tighter against me.
That's a lie. You saved me,
she whispered. Even with her face against mine, I could barely hear what she was saying. I did. I saved you from me. It was the only good thing I did that night, and I'd do it again in an instant. She was out of tears, but her breath hitched again. I failed you so many times, Olivia, but I would never let that happen to you. I have got a lot to make up for, but if you're willing, I'd like to try. She held still for a moment before nodding, her snout rubbing up and down the side of my head. I let my typing arm rest, draping it across her back, and held her. There was more to say. A lot more. Maybe too much to ever get through. But for the moment, this was what we needed. What she needed. And I would give it to her as long as she wanted it. I slowly pulled myself out of my slumber. I'd clearly nodded off. Pulled my arm up that was still, thankfully, held my phone. Only about 40 minutes had passed. Olivia was quietly snoring into my ear. This position reminded me of after we agreed to be a couple and I'd crashed at the Payne's place. She'd shown me her chest, and then we crashed. I slept in her beanbag chair, and she had the bed. And at some point while we slept, she navigated her way over to sleep on top of me without me even noticing. Feeling her pressed against me like a weighted blanket was one of the most comforting things in the world. I missed this. I missed it so much. I could feel her breathe in and out, her chest pressing against me. Her arms still holding me in place, wrapped around my head, and her tail coiled around my leg. Not that I wanted to move. I just laid there, listening to her snoring into my ear. Even if what led to this entire mess was one miserable tragedy after another, I was happy this specific moment was happening at least. I let my breathing synchronize with hers. Every exhale of mine led to a snirk of hers. God damn, she was the cutest. But even so, as much as I'd like this moment to last forever, I knew we weren't done here. It was apparent that she didn't hold any ill will against me. That unto itself was problematic, frankly. We'd have to talk about that. There's a difference between forgiving me and pretending that old Inco was right all along and she was in the wrong. That was hideously incorrect, and I refuse to let her keep that worldview. I didn't warrant it, and it would be deeply unhealthy for her. There was also the matter of her seeming rejection of the pains. The cause of that was at least a bit more obvious, but I think it would be harder to help her correct. Yes, the pains had hurt her, but they weren't seriously going to throw her out to the streets. I'd like to say Olivia would have known that, but given how much adversity she's had to face everywhere else in life, it wasn't hard to see how she'd finally realized that the pains finally failed her too. One step at a time, Inco. I whispered into her ear. She mumbled, somehow pulling herself even tighter into me. Leah, we need to get I cooed to her. No, she replied. And that put a smile on my face, and I could feel one tugging at her snout against my cheek. I rubbed my hand along her back for a moment longer, before pulling them away and rotating my torso so she slid off me and back on the couch. She resisted the forces of gravity as long as she could, but eventually she let go of my head and fell back into the cushions. No, came the barely audible whimper. My composure failed me, and I laughed. And my laugh broke hers, and she smiled. Seeing it again was like a warm summer day. I leaned down and placed my forehead against hers. We still have to talk, I whispered.
I have no idea what you just said,
she said playfully. I groaned slightly and pulled myself away, earning yet another playful complaint. I readied my phone again before sinking into the cushions, as pressed up alongside her as I could manage without letting her try and smother me again. I suspected it was half because she missed this contact as well, and half her trying to put off the rest of our conversation. Sorry, Gator Girl, but this is happening. Both of us need to work through this. I thought through what all I wanted to say. There was a lot, of course, but I resolved to deal with the pains issue later. If me and her worked out our problems, then we'd have a solid foundation to deal with everything else. So, first things first. I don't blame you for anything, Olivia. What I did at the formal, when I said everything everyone said about you was true, I was wrong. I was pig-headed. It was hurtful, and I was wrong. As the voice read out my message, I turned to look at her. I did my best to make my face say, I was wrong, not you, to complement the words as my phone read them out. She listened and watched me. I was egotistical, narcissistic, spineless. When we talked after I found you, after the art contest thing, you called me pretentious, self-centered, midwit. She flinched, recalling the memory. And you ended up being right. Even at the time, I felt hurt when you said that, but acknowledged that it was closer to home than I wanted it to be. She opened her mouth as she tried to interject, but I gently placed my finger on the end of her snout to quiet her. Let me talk, and then you can have your turn. We need to get everything laid out, or we can't put the puzzle pieces together. She nodded. I kept thinking most about myself. Yes, I loved you. Still do. But after Mr. Eadikin passed, everything I did was to spare myself. Her eyes clouded at the mentioning of his name, but held to our agreement to let me talk. You were hurting, and I would make a weak attempt to cheer you up. When it didn't work, I would just leave, either the room or the pain's place. Getting rejected when I tried to help hurt me, so I ran away. I spared myself having to try and help you through your hurts. My digital voice continued. And that was wrong, and weak of me. A support is no good if it crumbles under the lightest loads. She snorted at that, but there was a slight smile to her eyes. She clearly wasn't all that impressed with my metaphors. Something to work on later. I tried to take you on a nice date, to get your mind off things, and I was egotistical enough to think I knew better about what the best date would be. Even though I'd never taken a girl on a date before. I could have just asked you what you thought, but I knew better. She scowled a little at remembering that disaster of a date. Same, girl. Even when I took you shopping to try and make up for it, when you picked out that old retro game, in my head I was hurt that none of my suggestions were anything you wanted. It was all about my feelings again, even though the date was to make you feel better. And so, the story goes, over and over again. A cycle of that, slowly wearing you down, until the formal. Her hands snaked their way one of mine and pulled it down into their embrace. Mentioning the formal meant we were getting into the really bad bits. I squeezed my hand to reassure her, and she squeezed back. We're a team. We can do this. When you were clearly agitated about me pushing the formal and doing the eulogy, I ignored it. Your heart wasn't in it. You even told me that you felt it was just self-appeasement for the living, and you didn't see the point. I felt slighted because I had agreed with Ben about doing it. At the mention of Ben's name, her hands tightened, and her claws dug into my skin slightly. When you had your fight with the Pains, I stayed silent. So we left and went to the formal. And the whole time, I was just pushing you about everything. Talking up the eulogy. Saying you didn't prepare for it. I paused for a moment before continuing to the next part. Getting Mia to give you those so-called acting tips. Her face curled into a sneer and her claws tightened into my skin, but she continued to hold on to my hand. Come on, Olivia, we can do this. Letting Ben take you off for final preparations. And then, I was stupid and egotistical enough to think that you were going to put on this masterful performance of a eulogy with their help. So I would take pictures of it. It didn't occur to me until you looked up at me that it wasn't acting. I couldn't imagine your hurt in that moment being real, because I would have been causing it. Her breathing quickened and became shallow. You ran, and I gave chase. I confronted you on the stairs and blamed you for everything. The fact that I did should be all the evidence you need to see how awful I had been behaving. But in one last self-centered move, I wanted to hug it out. Like that would magically fix everything I'd done to you. Her claws squeezed again. I could feel them break the skin ever so slightly. And you did the only thing a sane person would do to someone that crazy. You tried to get away. You pushed me away, and I had backed you up against the stairs. I had put both of us into that position. And when I saw you falling, I realized what was happening, and I made a decision in that moment to save you. Olivia's eyes were wide, staring off into the room. She was likely reliving that moment just as I was, as I retold it. I thought at the time I was making some noble gesture, but the reality of it is that I was trying to fix my mistake. I put us into that situation, so saving you and pulling you out of it was the only right thing to do. I don't remember anything after that before waking up in the hospital. She was barely even breathing now. We're almost there, Olivia. I told you that I don't regret saving you. and I don't. I never will. You are the most beautiful, talented, caring person I've ever met. I would happily trade my life for yours. That I only paid with my ability to speak is a discount. I would happily pay that again, every day, because it means you're alive and safe. I can live with that, happily. Shakes racked Olivia's body beside me. She was out of tears, but the outflow of emotion would not be stopped. I've done a whole lot of thinking since I woke up, Olivia. I've examined what I've done, and what I was as a person. The only parts of the old me that were worth anything at all were the parts that made you, Liz, and Damien happy. I'll throw away any part of the old me that would hurt any of you. She finally interjected, her throat taut.
Like photography?
I nodded. I wasn't sure how much she knew about Damien's confrontation with me, but it wasn't worth getting into right now. I don't have my camera anymore, Olivia. And thinking about getting a new one always brings back the memory of when I was taking pictures of you on the stage. I get sick to my stomach. I can't do it again. I can't bear the memory of hurting you that way every time I take a picture. My digital voice read out. Meanwhile, my own face was contorted, trying to make it through this without myself succumbing to tears. I thought I was all cried out, but it seemed that memory could still cut me in ways I couldn't contend with. Fuck, old Inco.
I liked your pictures,
she said. One of her thumbs was gently tracing the small pinprick punctures from her claws. That struck hard.
Not those last ones, but I liked watching you be passionate about photography. I liked it when you took pictures of things, people, at Summer's End. I liked when you took pictures of my art.
She continued, her voice growing raspier. I had really forgotten about those moments. The idea of photography always led to the formal. It had crushed any prior joys I felt about photography, but Olivia remembered.
I don't think we're that different in that after Mr. Yadigan died, pushing myself to do painting, I promised him hurt. It was his last request, but it felt like it was too late. And remembering that made me start to hate it. Like, if I started painting that fountain, it was me cheating on my promise to him. So I started getting angry. And the idea of painting or drawing anything,
she said as she lowered her head to rest on my shoulder. Looks like it was her turn now. So, I kept my mouth shut.
You always complimented my work. I could tell you were being honest. You really loved them. Even the stupid little sketches. But I could only see my failing to make that painting before he passed.
Yeah. She's right. We are alike like that.
It's the same for you with your photography. You can only remember that bad part and ignore all the good parts. Listening to what you said, I think we both need to throw away the bad parts of ourselves and focus on the good.
I nodded. Her voice was getting hoarse, so I leaned forward and grabbed her a soda. She drained it quickly and returned her head to my shoulder. I laid my head on hers.
I wanted to put all the blame on myself for everything, but it isn't that simple.
It isn't, my TTS voice answered.
It's everyone's screwing up that got us here. The only thing we can do is try harder and learn from it, right?
I nodded.
I'm still mad at Damien, hearing that they decided to throw me out. It's what I wanted, I guess. I was being self-destructive and lashing out at everyone. Even Vinny. Like we talked about before. It would be easier if they just hated me and got rid of me. Then they could move on and be happy. Confirm my fears, so I just rolled with it.
Do you really think anyone wants to hate you? I asked, mirroring the same words Liz asked me. She shook her head.
I know they don't, but I was so terrible to them. I tried to force their hands so it didn't matter what they wanted. I felt that I couldn't take it as long as they were no longer burdened. But it was stupid. All I did was make them feel worse, and I became a bigger and bigger burden. And even then, after I spat in their faces and hurt Vinny and lashed out at all of them, after the formally let me back in,
her voice fell to a whisper.
Even though I should have been tossed out onto the street right then and there, when you were taken to the hospital, Damien and Liz took me home, and they told Randy what happened, and everyone wanted to go to the hospital to see you right then, but I couldn't.
I watched as she rubbed the palm of one of her hands with the other. Her eyes were locked on it intensely.
You shielded me from the fall. I landed on you and we broke my wheelchair. I had a few cuts and bruises. Probably twisted an ankle too or something if I could feel it.
She sniffed out a laugh.
When I climbed off you, there was so much blood. You weren't moving and you didn't respond, and there was just more and more blood coming from you. I don't even remember screaming. I just felt I had to protect you. When we got back and Randy asked me if I wanted to go with them, and Sophia would stay on with Vinny, and I just couldn't. All I could see was all the blood. I was still covered in it even. It was soaked into my dress.
She was quiet for a long moment, lost in the unpleasant memories again.
So, I just abandoned you. I couldn't see you dead in the hospital. I wasn't sure you were dead, and I couldn't bear to see that. Even for all the horrible things you did, what you said. I said I hated you, but I didn't want you dead. I couldn't bear seeing you with a blanket draped over you.
But I didn't die, I offered. She sniffed.
No, you didn't. You messaged me after you woke up and I was torn. I felt terrible. I should have been there for you when you woke up. I felt like my behavior had almost gotten you killed, and then I dropped you and left you to your fate so I wouldn't be hurt to see the results. I got angry at you and myself, so I didn't respond. I ran away from you again.
I nodded.
I should have been happy that we had a chance to fix things, but I wasn't, and that only made me feel worse. I figured you had to hate me now. I said all that stuff, and you had said everything, and nearly got you killed so you wouldn't want to see me again. And since I had already burned my bridges with the pains, I just decided to wait it out.
Wait what out?
Just hole up in my room until graduation time. Then they'd kick me out and everyone would be free to live their better lives.
She sniffled again.
But you kept talking to me. Occasional messages, including me in the group chat. You were even doodling. And it made me feel worse and worse. Like every time I felt like replying, if I did, then my not saying anything before would feel like I was just throwing a tantrum. So I wouldn't. And that was the tantrum.
She continued. I grabbed one of her hands and with my free palm and held it. She squeezed my hand.
And then Christmas happened. Obviously, people came over, but I'd shut myself off. Maybe Randy told me you'd come over at some point. I don't remember. I probably tuned him out, but there were voices I didn't recognize, so I risked peeking to see who it was. And I saw you. You were in my house.
I was, yeah.
I didn't know what to say. I wanted to crawl out of there and apologize. I wanted to scream at you. I wanted to hit you. To run you out of the house. I wanted to hug you. I didn't know what to do. My mind was so tangled up. So I just ran away.
I remembered watching her singular eye through the door slit for a long time. I couldn't make out what emotion she was feeling because of the narrow angle, but if she had opened the door a little wider, maybe I would have been able to see what she was going through. But maybe I wasn't ready to talk with her then, either. I don't know.
You just stared at me, and I couldn't tell what you were thinking, so I ran away. And that made me angrier at myself, and then...
She choked.
And then you gave me that present.
Did you like it?
Of course I liked it, moron,
she yelled.
I opened it and saw what it was and knew what it was immediately. The quill, the engraving. I'd spent a week making myself miserable in my room, running away from you, not talking to you. And you gave me that?
New tears were forming.
You wanted me to paint again,
she said, as a matter of fact. Not a question. I did, I confirmed.
You wanted me to finish what I had promised to Mr. Yadigan.
Yes.
You could have given me any stupid expensive toy. Clothes, new computer. Hell, you probably could have bought me a car. Anything to try and make up for what had happened before, but you just wanted me to paint again.
She swallowed, fighting to continue.
So, I realized that if I was going to be kicked out soon, then I could still move forward. The Pains hated me. Damien hated me. It hurt. But if you believed I could paint, just like Mr. Yadigan, then I still had something I could do.
I waited for her to finish her thought. I realized I was mistaken back when I confronted her about the art contest before. I interjected and didn't let her explain everything, and that led to misunderstandings. We didn't get all the puzzle pieces.
They would put up with me until graduation. So, I just had to finish that. I didn't know what the future held, but...
I'm gonna just hold on a second. I'm gonna quickly flash off the screen for just a moment, so that way when I'm doing the VOD, I can hopefully maybe clip this part out. Street racers? No, it's the garbage truck. I'm right outside where they do the pickup and everything. So, and it's about 1:30 a.m. on a Sunday, which is usually when they do like at least one of the pickups. So, what a good moment for Truck Chan to jump in here, right? During a impactful and emotional moment. Don't you dare cut him out. He's gonna get cut out of the master part of the VOD. You guys who are here and who watch this like fucking stream, you'll get Truck Chan, but I'd rather rather not put that in the master cut, ideally. It can't be that much longer, right? It's gotta be done soon. I think Truck Chan's leaving, guys. I think we're about good. Alright, we're good now. Can we get a Truck Chan stream? I'll run out there next time they're out there and say, hey, can you come in and say hi to chat real quick? Alright, where were we at? Yeah, right here. Okay, continuing off.
They would put up with me until graduation, so I just had to finish that. I didn't know what the future held, but I'd finish school, and I'd keep painting. It was all I had, but when I looked at that pen, I felt like Mr. Hedican was telling me that it was enough to keep moving forward.
Okay, this is Inco. That's all I want. I didn't dare to hope you still liked me. Not after what I did. But if I could undo the damage I caused to your art of love, your love of art, then I was okay with that. I didn't want to try and save you anymore. I wanted to support you doing what you love. We both thought she had run out of tears from before, but that broke her again. We let ourselves cool down. Passions had run high, and we took a break. We shared a soda as we sat in quiet contemplation for a time. Eventually, I broke the silence first. I typed out my question into the phone. So, where does this leave us? She tilted her head back and looked deep in thought.
I think we agree we both made mistakes.
Definitely.
And that we need to work to fix those mistakes,
she continued. Of course, my digital voice concurred.
You've already been doing a lot of that, by the sounds of it, so I guess I gotta catch up and follow your lead.
I'll support you every step of the way, the synthetic voice said as I chuckled.
I need to apologize to the Pains. From what you say and what I know, they'll forgive me, but it won't be easy. For me. I've spent so much time convincing myself to be hated by them that it's hard to think of it any other way. Anytime I try to think otherwise, I just remember what Damien said about them throwing me out.
I sighed and let my head fall back onto the cushion, remembering that.
I know. It was a moment of anger. He didn't mean it, like I didn't mean to hurt Vinny. But still, it won't leave my head. So, I gotta work on that.
Sure, my TTS agreed.
As for you, I think you just need to keep doing what you're doing,
she said, looking at me with a small smile. That's it.
That's all I think I need. You said yourself you'd help me every step of the way. That's it. I just need someone to help push me along when it's too much.
Oh, I'm back to being allowed to push you around? My flat digitized voice not matching my shit-eating grin.
Well, we are currently cuddled up right now. I feel like that's a bit more intimate than pushing my wheelchair.
Fair. For the first time since the second period of class today, we were finally just comfortably together. There was certainly more work to be done. We talked about a lot of things, but really tackling 6 months of stupid teenager shenanigans was going to take more than one, albeit long, conversation. We didn't even cover the fact that I now knew everything about her history with Ben, but that also felt like something we'd deal with later rather than right now. Well, she said what I was doing now was all I needed to do. That still felt like treading water. I wanted to be better. I wanted to be the kind of man people knew they could always rely on. And I had a hell of a backlog of empirical evidence to the contrary to overcome. But I felt good about it. It felt doable. I'd helped repair and recover my relationships with Liz, the Paynes, even my parents, which I thought was impossible. So I just needed to keep doing what I was doing, I guess. Huh. For Olivia's part, she knew I wanted to see her get back into art, and she seemed to agree, which was amazing. She also realized she needed to work things out with the Paynes, which was good. I wasn't sure that I was equipped to help her through something like that, though. As Randy and Sophia noted, I'm ultimately just some guy, and there's always going to be things I'm not equipped to handle. But then that's why I talked to Mr. Ferris. I wouldn't broach the subject today. Felt like we were on a high note, but I think Olivia seeing a therapist would be a good idea. For me as well, but her for sure. As the gator girl rested her head across my chest and her tail laid across my lap, I enjoyed the deep vibrations she was emitting as she breathed. She was like a big cat. So, last question for now. My digital voice breaking the silence. Where does that leave us? She rolled her head so she could see my eyes with one of hers.
I think we made good progress today. Do you still want to be an us?
I do, I answered. Her scales flushed red.
One condition then,
she said. Okay. That is, I asked.
I need you to take some pictures of that fountain for me,
she said. I felt a knot in my gut. I know she didn't want me to drop photography, but...
If you do that, then I can paint.
Oh. Oh!
And then we can give it to Mr. Yadigan. Together.
A wide grin took control of my face. I'd like that. I'm sure he would too.
Yeah,
she said as she leaned up and planted her lips on mine.
Yeah, he would.
And that is the end of chapter 6 of Inco Noted. How did we do time-wise? About an hour 20, like I said, right? Maybe just a little bit quicker. Oh, Jesus. Gator kiss, let's go. She doesn't fucking hit us, boys. Oni Chan, vroom, skirt, crash, MP4. Can we get Truck Chan stream? Just put a spinning Chat Livia and Chet over this part of the VOD with a stock photo of a green dump truck. I know another ending one. If he lost an eye, one eye by hit her tail in his face, just fucking whip crack him across the eye. Piercing damage popped like a gusher. Oh, that's disgusting. Let's see here. Verse E2 instead of Simp Inco, we have Simp Livia. We in it, boys. Brain damage really gave Inco 60 IQ. The fall gave him some extra wrinkles on his brain. Skull Cave, it added a bunch of deep wrinkles. Gotta go make dinners. Alright, Bad Six, hope your dinner's good. The writing qualities of this is utmost impressive. It fills me with passion to create. It's a good fic, yeah. It's definitely a good fic. I'm thoroughly enjoying it. And the characters feel realistic given the situations. It doesn't feel like somebody's like very poorly written at any point. Truck stream thing. Yep, there's the truck moment. Truck Chan's gonna hit Inco and give his brain even more wrinkles. If Inco suffers too much more brain damage, guys, I think he's gonna be like the smartest man in existence. Truck party, 50 more inbound. Christ, that'd be crazy. We locked in and ready to go. Let's go. Slowly and surely repairing. Real Gator hours. Inco character development. She had a speedrunner timer. Fall gave him some flow, to be honest, a little bit. He figured out words. Good for him. I think people are in agreement that this blows Broken Wings out of the water then. Yeah. Yeah. It's like we noted like we Inco noted before. Broken Wings had the issue of pacing being a little like extremely fast, moving past a lot of like the fixing part, right? Like this whole fic is fixing things. Fixing in Broken Wings between Anon and Fang was like a quarter of the story, right? So it's going to have a very different tone and a very different audience it's trying to appeal to. But, you know, not to say that Broken Wings couldn't be, like, improved and made better. Or wait, no, that's what I mean to say. Broken Wings can be improved and made better, right? It's an interesting concept. It's interesting how they went about it. It's just more of that repairing and progression needed to be made out. I think we even said it before. Broken Wings would have been better suited to have the sequel be where the band takes off and everything, and they start progressing in that direction. Whereas the first part would be repairing the relationship and moving on from there. Always said Wings was mid. If we keep giving Inco brain damage, he'll eventually become the Snootverse equivalent of Stephen Hawking. With or without the midgets. How could I forget the dump truck should have an anime blush? Dump truck Chan, your waifu is trash. Sure is. Shake my fucking head. Dump truck is going to have to become part of the lore. I will have to get Jeremy to make like a fucking dump truck emote at this rate. Just you wait till none of the chamber. It's as good as this one. Especially with the soon-to-be driveway soon. Inco Noted has the exact structure of what story should have. I mean, yeah, generally. When it comes to like repairing an E1 type deal, like an E1 coat fic, yeah, this is a pretty good pacing for it. I mean, like we said before, like we didn't even get to the halfway mark before we heard from Olivia. Or it took us to get to like the halfway mark before we even heard from Olivia. Bro really wants that None in the Chambers ad. Lassiter is like the biggest proponent for None in the Chambers. You must understand this, Bearoff. Who'll be cutting these onions?
Me. I needed to go fucking cook the Carmies for Fang, remember? She needed this freaking Carmies cooked.
Bro is a rabid. Gnashing at the jaws. If you're interested, Ollie's working on that one. I am a man of culture. I burnt the first Carmies. That's why I have to put in the extra work to not burn these ones. Because you dropped the goddamn ball. Thanks for that, by the way. Last question before I go to sleep. What's your name? Well, you're lucky that my name has been said on these streams before. Otherwise, I probably would be like, no, you just call me Mr. Streamer or Monota. But when I do co-op streams with Jeremy and Alexis, obviously my name comes out, so it is Logan. There you go. My name is Jeff. His name is not important. He is him. Very true. The name is not important. All you must refer to me as is Mr. Streamer or whatever kind of bozo tier name you want to give me. Logan Paul Keck? Oh yeah, like I haven't heard that one before. Fucking kill you. Fucking kill you easily. Wow, you got through 3 batches of Carmies and you burned all of them? God damn. I guess we will need to go get them. Mr. Bossman, that's a good one too. Adamantium, Mr. Streamer, Skeleton Death Blast. He is the Wolverine. Mr. Streamer is just Mr. Streamer. Very true, very true. Oh, Pissman Von Streamer. See, look, everybody's got their own little thing to do. sleeping good night. All right, Hussein, take care. Rest easy. Ugh. All right. We're going to go ahead and roll into this next chapter here in just a minute. Everybody, you have your quick 2-minute break you're allowed to take. Your workplace mandated break. So if you need to go do something, grab a drink, take a piss, whatever you need to do, feel free. I'm going to just get up and like walk around for a minute. Let the old legs stretch out. And I'll see you in about 2 minutes. Have fun with the BRB screen until then. Alright, I'm back. I'm sick. I pulled up the Discord. There's a bunch of fucking... Okay, server recommendation. Got one there. And a couple pings on other servers. What's the ping in this one? Oh, I see. My boy messaged me over an hour ago. What's up, nerd? No brapping in the VC. Bro, what the fuck is going on in the VC that would be a role? Rule. Did somebody fart on mic? Jesus Christ, you guys are freaks. What is your malfunction? Tisk tisk. Alright. Let's get the screen back up. Is in his own pocket dimension. Mr. Streamer will just be Mr. Streamer. Twilight Zone looking at. Rabbit for myself for the new Godzilla Nemesis DLC for Gigabash. Ghidorah is confirmed. King Ghidorah is confirmed. Likely to see Space Godzilla. 2 open slots then. Hopefully one is Hedorah and the other's Bagan. Feral chimp noises intensify. Starts clapping thin metal sheets and shaking trees. Yo, somebody go like neutralize that thing. Just like fucking shoot it in the head. So just a quick, and we're good to go. How's the VC part of bad chat? Or how is the VC the bad part of chat? I don't know, man. They're farting and everything over there. I guess. Ugh. Man, I don't know why I'm suddenly feeling a little bit tired. Ugh, guess we're gonna need to get through this chapter 7 sooner rather than later. Should I get chocolate milk? Need Fang twerking? No, you don't. Got me a glass of milk and Oreos. That's a good fucking call. Maybe I'll do that after stream. Who knows? I'll have to see how I'm feeling. Yeah, everybody should have had time to get their shit done. I'm not gonna spin tires too long here. We'll go ahead and get into Inco Noted Chapter 7 here. Nice little sip of guagua. Oh, by the way, during the break I went and took a piss, so you can add that to the counter, I guess. Alright. That said, let's go ahead and get this going. Here we go. Chapter 7. Never let it be said that Inco Nito was not a young, red-blooded human male. It was important to note that, because it was taking every ounce of my willpower to not do something decidedly irresponsible things to my girlfriend in the living room of my parents' house. Olivia had reasserted the status of our relationship with that kiss, and I was definitely wanting to move things further. I really wanted to. But it definitely wasn't the right time. We just got done working through 6 months of traumatic experiences over the last hour or so, and I didn't want to tie intimate actions with that. Absolute bedroom killer. I think Olivia felt the same, thankfully, as after our smooch, she cuddled up against me and just relaxed, and began her bellowing purr again. I laid back into the cushions and got comfortable. We'd have to return her home at some point, but I think it could wait. Especially if I explained to Randy how much progress the two of us made. Still, in the interest of not exposing Olivia to an apparently pains obligatory the talk again, we'd have to get her home as a vaguely reasonable hour. Right. But vaguely reasonable was sometime between now and probably midnight or something. I had time to spare to enjoy the moment with my girlfriend. I looked down and watched how her tail snaked its way around my leg with distant fascination. She'd done it before, but it was just kind of cool to watch. It was also a clear sign of affection, as she obviously didn't want me to go anywhere. Fine by me. I leaned slightly over to grab the remote to the TV. Olivia protested, but she knew I wasn't actually trying to escape, so it was a half-hearted whine at best. I flipped on the smart TV service and began browsing. Olivia made a few suggestions of what to watch. The existing apps on the TV weren't great or anything, but there were enough streaming services on tap we were able to pick one that happened to have an anime she'd been itching to get me to watch. And I had not a singular complaint. We binged our way through the first half season. It was highly entertaining, with Olivia piping in periodically to drop little bits of lore or the odd Easter egg reference. I didn't really follow along with everything, but the show itself was certainly enthralling enough. And I hadn't seen her have this much energy for something since she told me about that anime of hers at the arcade. I loved watching her eyes light up as she gushed about the show. We were about to cue the next episode when the front door swung open. "Hey, kiddo, you in here?" Dad began saying before hard stopping. He was taking stock of the situation before him. It wasn't that bad, of course. We were just watching TV and all our clothes were on. But he had never met Olivia before. I think they were beginning to think I was lying when I said I had a girlfriend.
Hun, what's...
The question leading in from the front door was cut off with a gasp. And there was my mom following behind. Part of me was ecstatic that they got home at a semi-reasonable time again. They looked tired, but not completely wiped out. The other part of me could feel my face beginning to heat up. Olivia, meanwhile, was red as a tomato. I hope we weren't interrupt, Dad started to say. "Oh my god, Dad, nah!" I groaned, slapping my free hand to my forehead. Olivia couldn't take it anymore, and her face collapsed into the crook of my shoulder, and began doing a weird combination of a giggle and a groan. Her tail constricted even tighter to the point I was worried if it went on too long I'd lose circulation in my leg.
"We can always come back later if you two need some more alone time,"
Mom offered. Mom! My parents clearly relished the opportunity to embarrass their son in front of his girlfriend. Which was fair, I guess. It's probably a law somewhere that parents have to embarrass their kids on some quota basis or something. Something to keep in mind when I have my own. For now, however, I sat on the couch, with Olivia at a tasteful in front of the parents distance next to me. She was making small talk with my mom and dad, getting properly introduced. Olivia was regaling about how we'd had classes together, how she'd been distrustful of me, but then would draw me anyways, which put a concerning sparkle in my mom's eye. How we grew friendly, the events at the arcade, how we helped each other after Mr. Yadigan's passing, which led to us dating proper. Olivia spared my parents the more difficult parts. They had an idea of how things shook out in the end, and were more than smart enough to not bring down the mood with questions pursuing the details of that. And she concluded the catch-up tale by affirming, with the squeeze of my hand, which put butterflies back in my stomach, that we had worked things out and were together again. I couldn't hold back the dopey grin that was on my face. Well, I'm compelled to give Inco a hard time for not introducing us to such a lovely young woman sooner, but, well, we were often busy. I suppose the opportunity never came up, Dad said, some regret in his voice. Olivia shook her head.
It's fine, Mr. Nito. My dad's the same way. He can't provide for me if he doesn't work, so he's gone a lot too. It's not great, but that's how things go sometimes. And it sounds like you're making a better effort to be here now. I know Inco appreciates it,
she said. And I nodded.
Well, it's getting late, so why don't I start something for dinner?
Mom said, clapping her hands together before rising from her seat.
Oh, in that case, I should probably...
Olivia began to mumble. You'll be staying, of course, right, Olivia? Dad asked. Hell yeah, Dad. Olivia was clearly taken aback by the request. She glanced towards the door only for a moment before relenting.
If you don't mind...
Dad confirmed that it was no trouble at all. It was a pretty simple meal, with Mom lamenting that we would have to go shopping this weekend to get everything restocked. She'd gotten out of the vibe of cooking for so long that her sense of how fast regular home-cooked meals would burn through our stocks was fried. But it was a pleasant, hearty stew. I could tell Olivia enjoyed it quite a lot, which was, frankly, all the seasonings I needed. God, that line was cheesy as hell. We sat around for a little bit longer, making small talk before Olivia finally resolved that she should really be getting home. I offered to drop her off, but she flatly rejected the notion.
Dude, that'd be a metro ride, a walk, dropping me off, and then another walk and a metro ride. It's a total waste. It's a bad use of your time.
I didn't like it, but she wasn't exactly wrong.
Besides, aren't you planning to give that fancy new drawing tablet a spin?
What's this about drawing now? Dad asked.
Inco's been getting into drawing. He's got a ways to go, but he's picking it up. Fairly fast.
Olivia spoke for me, stealing a glance back at me with a smile. Oh, well, when you finish your first piece, we'll be sure to put it on the fridge, Dad said with a laugh.
Wow, hear that, Inco? It'll go right on your parents' fridge.
Olivia carried on with the bit, a snarky, playful leer on her face. I groaned and covered my eyes with a hand. I hate everyone here. Dad offered to drive Olivia back home, which she graciously accepted. I think she just didn't want to have Randy drive to pick her up. I walked alongside her to the door and followed her out into the cold. As Dad was opening up the back of the SUV to put her wheelchair into it, we waited, our breaths misting the cold.
So?
She said, barely above a whisper. So? I asked with my own voice.
See you tomorrow?
I reached down and grabbed her hand, and took the advantageous position of being leaned down over her to kiss her on top of her snout, reigniting the red in her scales. See you tomorrow, I whispered. She snorted and rolled her eyes before breaking away. She hoisted herself into the seat of the car, and Dad took her wheelchair and stored it. Just before I closed the door for her, she stole a final look at me and gave me a final, warming smile, which I was happy to return. I clicked the door closed, and the family car backed out of the driveway as I waved it off. I stood at the edge of the street, watching it disappear into the early night air, giving out a long, slow, contented sigh. We still had work to do, but this felt good. Right. One step at a time, but this had felt like a pretty big one. I don't think Mom or Dad would have any issue with Olivia. She's wonderful after all. But between getting all our feelings worked out, us getting back together, and Mom and Dad clearly taking a shine to Olivia, today had gone so much better than I'd expected. I felt a vibration in my pocket. Pulling out my phone, I saw a few missed calls and multiple messages from Damien. Fuck. I quickly slapped open the messaging app, and sure enough, he had sent several worried texts wondering if I knew where Olivia was. I'd completely forgotten in the heat of everything to tell him. Oh, I quickly started tapping out an explanation. Told him she had come over to my place so we could talk things out, that she was fine and was on her way home now. I was also sure to be very clear about my apology for not passing it along sooner. Tensions had been high, and by the time they weren't, both Olivia and myself had sort of forgotten about everything else. A tense moment later, and he replied, "Oh, thank God. Mom and Pops were really worried." I replied back I'd apologize to them tomorrow for the hassle, but re-emphasized that things were definitely better now. I was debating if I wanted to make some small talk and try to diffuse the tension further when my ears caught to the sound of a car rumbling down the street. Not that uncommon, exactly, but even with what little I knew about cars, this one sounded like it had meat to it. Plus, at this time of night, usually traffic had died down. I started typing out my reply to Damon and then caught sight of it. Classical muscle car. Bright red. Huh. Neat. And it pulled up. Definitely going faster than the neighborhood speed limit right in front of my house. The engine was killed, and for a moment, nothing happened. Then I heard the door click open, it swung out, and the driver stepped out into the cold air. Motherfucking Mia.
Oi, Baldy, you and me need to talk.
Fan-fucking-tastic. I let out a groan and looked back at the front door of my house.
What, gonna run away? Whatever for?
Her voice raised an octave to a bubbly princess, but the sneer on her face conveyed their real emotion. I tapped out a TTS reply. Just contemplating if I should go back inside and get my dad to come out and shoot you. She stopped in her tracks.
The fuck?
Her snarl deepened. Why are you here, Mia? My digital voice asked. She stood in the cold, staring at me. After a beat, she cocked her lips and crossed her arms, adopting her patented bad girl pose. She was upset, and I was pretty sure steam would be coming out of her nose if it wasn't just about freezing.
The hell did you do to Ben?
She finally asked. I blinked. What are you talking about?
He's been a blubbering, annoying mess the past 2 days. He skipped school. And Mr. Goody Two-Shoes himself. And it happened after you slapped me on Monday.
How nice of her to leave out the part where she shoved me to the ground and was going to pummel me. We talked.
Talked? Look, loser, we're talking right now, and I don't see anything that'd make me want to start crying except how annoying you are.
She snapped back. She was like the entire toxic comment section under any given Snoot video in real time. Fucking wild. Yes, we talked. He visited me in the hospital on my request, and we talked.
Well, nothing that's ever come out of your mouth ever sounded intelligent enough to make Benny sad, so what did you say?
She leaned forward to emphasize that last point, but otherwise held her position. Looks like that threat about Dad coming out to settle matters was holding her for now. Even if it was a lie. What was her deal even? She'd insulted Ben almost as much as she insulted me or Olivia. I had a very hard time believing she legitimately cared. Is this like a dragon protects its horde situation? Less about the loss of wealth and more about the hit to the ego? She had poor impulse control, and while the threat about Dad may be staying her feet now, it wouldn't hold up if I riled her up. Play it cool. I asked him what his deal was, and why he kept throwing me and Olivia under the bus. We talked, and he told me about his condition. My TTS voice explained. After hearing that, she clicked her tongue and looked away. Okay, so that was a need to know, as I expected. Now I was part of the need to know group, and that looked to annoy Mia. He said that me and him had a lot in common, partially because of that. She snorted derisively. I've seen more of you than I've wanted to this year, Baldy, and I don't see you sharing much of anything with Ben, other than your camera fetish. I ignored that one, trying to bring up that I hadn't been interested in cameras since the form was useless information and just play into her banner battle. And she had years of experience more than I ever would. He also told me about how he ruined his friendship with Olivia. She still wasn't looking at me, but I could see, in the light coming from my house, that tweaked her eyebrow a little. Did he? Wasn't said as a question. Yeah, I promised I wouldn't tell anyone about his condition, and then he left. He wasn't in school today. No shit he wasn't. He's been at my place moping and blubbering. He just sits at home with me all day and just... Ugh. Her fists ball up, and I flinched back, expecting her to jump at me, but she snaps around and stomps away. Every step she took was like she's trying to do as much damage to our driveway as possible. She isn't going anywhere specific, just stomping her way around aimlessly until she eventually loses enough steam to compose herself. She walks up, her breath slightly quickened, and gets within arm's reach of me this time. Was that it? That's all we talked about. Why? What's he been saying to you? None of your business, Skinny? She yells. I take a step back reflexively, but when she doesn't actually make a move, I sigh. What do you want, Mia? You didn't drive all the way up here just for whatever this has been. She snorts a cloud of misted breath into my face and then pulls back. I don't fucking know what I wanted. Maybe I wanted to pound you into paste for hurting Ben? Maybe I didn't. I can do whatever I feel like, and fuck you for questioning me, she spat. Her arms crossed again, but she didn't shift her hips. This wasn't bad, girl. This was just upset. Look, I'll talk to Ben when I see him again. We didn't part on the best terms, but I think we at least understand each other now. I don't think I said anything hurtful to him. So maybe he just felt bad and came to you for support. For 2 days? Ben fucking McKnight acting like a preteen who lost his crush? Ha! She snorted, dismissing the idea. Why not? The whole thing with Olivia was something he'd been carrying for years. Did he ever tell you about it? She froze. That's a no. He told me that you were the only person in his life that knew about his condition. His lifeline to normalcy. I continued. No response. He told me you'd caught him taking his meds once, and that you didn't judge him for it. And it meant a lot to him. And at hearing that, Mia's mouth curled into a smile. Not the mean, cruel, jagged smile I was used to seeing, but a soft, an almost warm one. Her eyes were staring off into space down the street. She was reminiscing. That fucking nerd, she chuckled quietly. I saw him taking his meds and felt like it was my civic duty to go and mess with him over it. What kind of stupid ideas about civic duty does this chick have? I gave her a moment to continue. I pushed him into a corner and snagged the bottle. I was expecting something lame like allergy meds or some bullshit. But seeing what it was... I don't know. I looked down at his dumb blue face and he just came across like the smallest, saddest, stupidest puppy at the store. Honestly, if this had been the first half of the year, I couldn't have seen it. Ben spent the whole time looking like he was on top of everything. In total control. But thinking back to our talk in the hospital, when the mask came off and he fell apart in front of me, yeah, I could see it. I muttered. She gave a dry chuckle. You see it too, then. He was like this dumb baby, and I guess some part of my motherly instincts kicked in and I needed to protect him. Raptor, Jesus, the idea of Mia having motherly instincts was weird. Please, Ben, for the love of all that's good, use protection when you bang this chick for the good of all future generations. Do not breed with her. So I told him he was mine, and he looked happy about that, which was a stupid response. What kind of moron gets their biggest secret outed into a forced relationship and is actually happy about that? He said you meant the world to him because you treated him normally. She was quiet. So, you actually like him then? My digitized voice flatly stated. Wasn't intended as a question, more of a statement of fact now. Raptor, Jesus, you're so dense. Obviously, yes. So why do you treat him like shit, too? I do not! She snapped her head around, focusing on me again. You throw insults at him almost as much as you do me or Olivia, I countered. Those aren't insults, Baldy, she said, emphasizing the last. Those are playful pet names. If I was insulting you, you'd know it. Oh, good. She apparently had a secret membership level of awful shit she could sling out. Lovely to know that what I've been getting all year was just the trial tier. I shook my head. So, you love him. He obviously loves you. Yeah, we've established that. Move the fuck on, pal. So then, what's your deal? You've got a bullying quota you have to meet or they take away your license? And that got a legitimate laugh out of her, which was almost unsettling to hear. I forgot you can actually be kind of funny. If you were like this more often, you wouldn't piss me off so much. At least I have my moments, I replied. We stood in silence for another few moments before Mia finally let out a long sigh. I don't know what I was thinking. This was retarded, she said, shoving her hands into her jacket pockets. Like I said, I'll talk to Ben next time I see him. I was honest about what we talked about. My digitized voice answered back. She looked me over with a discerning stare. Sure. Well, whatever. I'd say I'd get out of your hair, but you're fucking bald, so... Bye. She turned to head back to her car. Sorry about me hitting you, I said. She stopped and turned around, that snarky smile back on her face. That was a love tap at best, retard. No, what I was gonna do to you would have been hitting. I frowned deeply at her. But I'll admit, she said, raising a hand to rub the side of her face where her head had bounced off the floor. No one's actually hit me back in a long time. I shrugged. I think this is Inco. I feel bad about letting it get to that point, but honestly, I don't regret the hit itself. You earned that. She walked back over to me and stared directly into my eyes. And I stood firm. After a few moments, her eyes shifted and she blew a puff of hot air into my face. I didn't flinch. Ha! Maybe you're not a total waste of space after all, she said with a smirk. Wasn't her normal mean girl smile, though. It almost looked like she was approving of me standing up to her. She turned about face and walked to her car. Just before she climbed in, she placed an elbow on the roof of her car and looked at me again. Remember, Baldy, life's fucked. You gotta fight for those that are important to you. Tear down every motherfucker that poses a threat. If you don't... She pauses and stares off past me, considering something, before returning her attention to me. Then you'll lose it. Couldn't parse her tone, but there was a lot of meaning behind that edict. I understand. See you later, I TTS'd. She laughed. No, you fucking won't. What? You and your precious girlfriend are safe from me. They expelled me for jumping you. I was struck back. Oh shit. Mr. Ferris really brought the hammer down. Good on him. That school was a hole to begin with. Nothing but bullshit anyways. I'll be happy to hear about it falling apart from Benny. What will you do now? I asked. None of your business, Baldy. Fair enough, it really wasn't. Oh, last thing. If you see those two bitches again, tell them I hate them, she said and ducked back into the car. She must have meant Lunar and Kiara. I don't think I'd tell them much of anything if I could avoid it. The engine roared to life, and she tries squealing as she peeled away from the curb, and she was gone in the night. And the tires squealed as she peeled away into from the curb. I stared at the spot I last saw the taillights for a moment longer, before letting out a sigh and heading back into the house. I opened the door and found Mom standing there, phone in hand. You okay, sweetie? I had heard her yell and was gonna call the cops if I needed to, she said, concern etched onto her face. Yeah, it's good. We sorted it out, I think, I answered. She leaned forward and brought me to a gentle hug. I'm proud of you, she whispered. Thanks, Mom. I think I'm proud of me, too. I awoke, same time as usual. I got up, did my exercises, and changed. Went downstairs. Mom and Dad were gone. However, on the table there was a plate of breakfast she made, covered in foil with a note. It was short and sweet, but it wasn't like the old post-it notes I was used to getting, which always just annoyed me. Mom made me wish she would stop leaving them. And this one was nice. Morning, sweetie. Early meeting so we can be home on time. Eat up. It even had a little smiley face at the corner. I lifted the foil and the food managed to still be warm. Awesome. The trip on the metro today was graced by Mr. Ferris, which I was actually happy to note. Good morning, Inco. How are you feeling today? Good, I answered in my digital voice. I ran into Mia last night. His frown appeared immediately. What happened? Nothing, really. We talked, I answered. Only talked? I nodded. Ben had been upset. She came to ask me for why. We talked. I think we reached some sort of understanding with one another, and she left. Mr. Ferris looked out the window of the metro, at the buildings passing by, and contemplated that. After a moment, his frown faded, and he nodded. Good. That is good to hear. Miss Moretti has always been a difficult youth. I'm pleased to see you going to such a level-headed young man. Her recent actions have seen to it she was expelled from Saint Amand, he said. I know. She told me, I confirmed. That seemed to surprise him slightly. I see. In that case, I don't believe she'll be a problem for you in the future, but if there were ever any sign of trouble, I'm always ready to lend my assistance, an ear to listen, or otherwise. Thanks, Mr. Ferris, I said, flashing him a smile. He returned it in kind. The rest of the trip we made pleasant talk about my new interest in drawing. School began, as usual. I met Damien in PE, and he was excited to bug me about how things went with Olivia. I gave him a general recap, since we didn't have much time before Solly would enact his vengeance against student-housed muscles. He seemed quite pleased. "So, the next step is to get her open us as well?" he asked. "Yeah, I'll talk to her about it today. Try and ride the momentum," I answered. "Right on, man! I really hope we can get back to normal. I feel terrible about what I said." His brows pinched, a look of distant pain on his face. I patted him on his shoulder to reassure him. "We'll figure it out." The whistle blew, and I took my seat on the bleachers. Today was rope climbing, and I definitely didn't need to slip up and land on my head like the first time. Gym ended, and I moved to AP Art. Olivia was there, waiting for me as always. She turned to look at me as I entered, a red dusted her face.
"Hey,"
she said as I sat down. "Heh," I returned.
"So, apparently they got a new teacher lined up. It's supposed to start in a week or so,"
she said. "Oh?" She nodded.
"I doubt they'll ever match up to Mr. Yadikin, but it would be nice to have a teacher that wants to teach rather than..."
she said, her eyes flicking to the sub who was scrolling through her phone at the teacher's desk. "Yeah." Class came and went. As before, I traveled with Olivia to the elevator. She used her key this time. As the elevator rumbled down towards the first floor, she looked at me.
"Hey, go ahead on to lunch. I'll meet you there,"
she said. "Got somewhere to be?" my digitized voice asked.
"Gotta talk to someone."
"Not Damien or Liz?" She shook her head. "You got this?" I asked. I trusted her, but I couldn't help but be concerned. Things had been difficult enough for her, and the idea of her going off to tackle something herself pained me, even if it wasn't entirely fair. She looked me in the eyes again, and I saw her. She was sharp and determined. She nodded, and I nodded back. She had this. We split off, and she wheeled herself down the hallway. I watched her go for a moment, and then turned away to head towards the cafeteria. As was the custom, I collected a generous helping of junk food. At this point in the year, I'm pretty sure I was single-handedly maintaining the upkeep of those vending machines with my purchases. The treats were deposited, and Damien snatched a soda, as usual, before looking where Olivia should have been. "She not coming?" he asked. "Said she had to talk to someone real quick. Didn't sound like it'd take long," I answered. He let out a small sigh of relief. "So," he said, pivoting the conversation, "you draw anything yet? Gonna make something huge and have Liz sell it when she opens her business?" I laughed, and Liz's head drooped down. "Damien!" "What? If his art gets good, he'll need a talented lady like yourself to sell it for him, right? Look at him, Liz." Her cheeks flushed slightly at the compliment, before looking at me. I gave my best puppy-eyed impression, my sunglasses lowered, exaggeratedly batting my eyelids. She groaned. "Not if he keeps that up," she said. Her head rose back to their greens, but she had a smile on her face. Alas, my art business enterprise destroyed before it even started. Me and Damien had a laugh. Olivia arrived about halfway through lunch. She looked tired, but otherwise not out of sorts. Damien clearly wanted to ask what was up, but he maintained the delicate space between the two of them and left it to me. "So, talk go well?" I wrote down on my phone. I wasn't sure how private her talk was supposed to be, so it was time for a secret meeting of my own. I figured Damien might be a little put out to be left out like that, but he just shot me a grin and a thumbs up.
"I think so,"
she said with a small smile. "Who'd you talk to?"
"Ben."
she answered, ripping open a bag of chips and began munching away. Ah. Now it made sense. Clear the air? I asked. She nodded. I hadn't mentioned it before, but I'd confronted him when he'd been acting like that. Or, what he'd been acting like. He told me what he did to you, I wrote.
Yeah, he mentioned. He found me before school started and said he wanted to talk. I figured you and me talking helped a lot, so maybe it was time I stopped holding a grudge and at least hear him out.
She answered, keeping her voice low enough so only I could hear it. What'd he say?
He apologized for what he did. Told me about why he got so upset with me that he took things into his own hands. He didn't tell me what this thing was exactly, but I got the impression it was something he couldn't really tell people about.
I nodded.
He told me what it was,
he told me what it was, but I promised I wouldn't say anything, I noted. She looked at me, searching my eyes for a moment before nodding and returning her focus to the snacks.
Makes sense. Even if we were together, a promise is a promise. It'd be wrong to break that. But he told me his reasons, and I mean, I'm still mad at him, and it was a terrible thing to do and say, but I think I get where he was coming from. At least a little. It was a shit thing to do, but he isn't evil. He wasn't trying to destroy my life, even if he did hurt me really bad.
I reached my hand down and grabbed her free one.
I apologize too. I should have been a better person and sought him out. Explained to him why what he did hurt me. Maybe not immediately, but I've had 4 years now. I should have been better.
Better now than ever, I offered.
Yeah, and I think it helped. We're not okay yet. It'll take time. It'll take a while, actually. But he seemed genuinely sorry about how things had shaken out.
Yeah, he did, I wrote down. We sat quietly for a moment as she chomped away at the chips in front of her. Give it time. I think it'll turn out okay, I offered.
I know,
she whispered. That said, I think we should probably also talk to the Pains. They're hurting too. She looked at me, and then across the table to Damien, who quickly whipped his head around trying to act like he wasn't staring. She snorted a laugh.
Yeah, they are. Can you come with me today? I know... Well, I'm pretty sure they'll accept my apology, but I can do it if you've got my back,
she said, her fingers interlacing with mine. Every step of the way, I wrote, my other hand squeezing hers. She squeezed back. Lunch ended, and Olivia parted with me and with a quick peck on the cheek. I was starting to get used to that. That alone was a pleasant feeling. Next was photography, and Ben was here. I took a breath, ready myself, and opened the door. Sure enough, the blue parasaur was seated at his regular spot. "Heh," I said as I sat down.
"Oh, Inco. Hey,"
he said. He looked as well-maintained and clean-cut as he usually did, but his eyes betrayed a sense of exhaustion. Olivia said she talked to you. How do you think it went? I wrote on my phone.
I would like to think it went well. I was truthful with her about my reasoning. I didn't tell her in exact terms about, well, you know.
I nodded.
But I told her everything else. About how her turning away all that support may have been something she felt as noble, but it just hurt me and others to see. And eventually that turned into resentment. And I tried to force the issue and, well, You already know.
Yeah, she told me. She said she didn't think you two were okay yet, but was willing to give it time to get better. He read my messages and looked to me, trying to see if I was being truthful. He seemed to settle on a verdict and let out a sigh, slumping in his chair slightly.
She said the same thing, but I don't know. It seemed too good to be true. I've not been the best person to either of you. My situation aside, you two deserved better,
he answered. We do. So the best thing you can do now is start making that right, I noted. His eye flicked to the message, then back forward, still slumped in the chair.
You're right. You're absolutely correct.
The bell rang. Class droned. Class concluded. As Ben collected his stuff and got ready to leave, I tapped him on the shoulder, getting his attention. Mia came to my place last night, I wrote. He froze. She had said she was going out, but... Oh, this is Ben.
She had said she was going out, but I didn't... Are you okay?
For some reason, him asking that was funny, given what had happened on Monday, but I think he was being genuine this time. Yeah, we talked things out.
You did? Well, she didn't mention anything to me.
Probably something you two need to work on, I retorted. He looked a bit deflated at that, but it was true. Anyway, she wanted to know what I did to you. Apparently you skipped classes after our talk. He ran a hand through his hair, his expression frustrated.
Yes, I did. I was worried you wouldn't keep your promise, and you'd tell someone, and everything would be over for me.
I wanted to be mad. Ask him if he really thought I'd do something like that, but honestly, the old Inco was enough of a self-centered ass he might have. And I definitely had done very little to date to give Ben a reason to have that much faith in me. Hopefully now he'd start seeing me in a different light. I made a promise, Ben, I countered. He nodded. So she confronted me. I got a little heated, but we talked it out. She didn't really tell me all that much, but we seemed to find some kind of level. She almost seemed to have a little respect for me, which was weird. I continued. His eyes widened for a moment before pausing and thought through something.
No, I think it tracks. Mia respects... Well, she respects people that make their own way in life. Against the grain. People like her. She sees the world as pushing her down, and she pushes back. It's not a good life philosophy, but you can see the logic there, he explained. I nodded. I could. It was childish, but it had reasoning. So, anyone else that pushes back against what life throws at them, rather than just going with the flow of things, is something she respects. You stood up to her and got hurt pushing back against her. Olivia pushed back on everything life threw at her. It made sense she'd have some level of respect for the two of you.
That confused me. How the hell does Mia respect Olivia? Mia bullied and mocked her constantly, blackmailed her for homework. I wrote. My sneer as I showed the text to Ben set the intended tone well enough. He shook his head.
This is gonna sound bad, but Mia didn't care about Olivia like that. After our meeting with Principal Scalar, I talked to her about everything, like I said I would, and she came clean about the homework situation. Mia's grades were bad. She was barely passing anything art-related. Olivia's incredibly talented, and Mia had found out about the art contest situation.
So Ben knew about it then. That kind of annoyed me.
It wasn't that it was Olivia. It was that it was someone who she could pressure to help with art homework. It just happened to be Olivia.
I thought back to when I'd interrupted that little meeting. Everyone knows you're the best artist in this place. You're just a retard about it. You have a fan. Motherfucker. Ben could see my anger growing and held up his hands in surrender.
I'm not saying it was okay, Inco. It was wrong, obviously. When she told me about it, I made her promise to never do it again. And she agreed. I know that's not much, but she stopped, even at the expense of her grades.
And the bitch still knows about the contest. She could lay that one out at any time and destroy Olivia's life. I angrily jotted down.
She won't,
Ben countered. I started to write my rebuke at the notion before Ben cut me off. He grabbed my shoulder and forced my attention to him.
Inco, she will not.
His voice was the coldest I'd ever heard. He let go of my shoulder and waited for a moment to let me settle.
Mia has her own history, her own skeletons. She knows mine. I know hers. When she told me about the contest and the homework, I put 2 and 2 together about what she'd done. And to you too. So I gave her an ultimatum. She'd drop the issue forever and do her own work if it meant flunking out. If she didn't, then I'd air her skeletons out.
He said it with a 1,000-yard stare. He wasn't looking at me at all.
She got mad. Yelled. Not at me, really. But she realized that she really didn't have a choice in the matter. When she calmed down, she promised me the issue was settled, Inco.
He focused his gaze back to me.
It's settled. Okay?
I nodded.
Olivia suffered enough because of me. And the contest thing won't come up again.
Okay. Raptor, Jesus, seeing Ben get serious was actually spooky. I thought back to what he had said about me respecting people that push back against the bullshit of life. I wonder if those moments are why Mia respects and loves Ben? That he's someone that can, if need be, actually put her in her place? Who knows? Maybe she finds it hot. Oh, that chick's crazy. He sighed, letting his head cool.
My point was, it wasn't about Olivia. It was about a talented artist she could use. It's just that Olivia was who could be used. As far as her outlook, I'm pretty sure Mia always respected Olivia. For pretty much everything. But Mia's Mia. She can't make comments or banter. She can't not make comments or banter.
He frustratingly ran his fingers through his hair, messing it up.
Look, she's gone from school now, so you and Olivia won't have to deal with that anymore. I'll keep my promise that nothing will ever hit you two again. We keep the peace and everyone's happy. Will that work?
That works, I answered using the TTS. He nodded.
Sorry. I know this got a bit heavy. It's just a lot to try and juggle sometimes.
Sure, but that's why you have people around you that you can actually talk to, I answered. He paused for a moment and looked at me. His eyes carried a mixture of embarrassment and hope.
Like you?
And I thought for a moment. All the shit we'd been through the years so far. Before the formal and since. I looked at the parasaur in front of me, worrying himself ragged like many of the other people in my life had. I thought about our talk, and how we honestly were a lot more similar than either of us had figured. About how I had my parents, the Paynes, Mr. Ferris, Liz, and Olivia in my corner. And how, as far as I knew, Ben only had me in his. I gave him a warm, easy smile. Yeah, Ben. Like me. We split off after that and found my way to history class. For better or worse, Miss Brockling's banal and engaging lessons had been at least the singular uniform for my entire year to date. Not that that helped class go by much faster. Class ended, and I met Olivia out in the hall. I escorted her out of the building, and we made the short but cold trek back to the Payne's place. I hadn't been here since Christmas. Thankfully, it hadn't been that long ago, but man, it really felt like it. So much had happened in such a short amount of time, my sense of gravitas of the recent events in my life were all out of whack. I was confident the Paynes would accept her apology. They didn't hate her. They wanted her to be happy. She didn't hate them, she wanted them to be happy. But it always feels like it's such an impossible task to just level with someone that you've hurt and open up about it. I know from experience in the last few weeks that it feels like opening up about it feels like a weakness. I also know from experience in the last few weeks that it was anything but. We reached the door, and she opened it and led me inside. It was quiet. Damien wasn't home yet, which implied he was off with Liz. Vinny likely would be back soon with Sophia. Randy was likely at work. So it'd be a little bit before all parties were assembled. Olivia ushered me back to her room, and we quietly entered. It was different from before. She had cleaned things up, but I could tell she had taken a proverbial hammer to things after the formal had happened. The random sketches and paintings she had adorned the walls were gone. A poster of that giant mech anime she loved had claw marks through it. Her desk had clear signs of claw scratches all over the surface. The easel she always had was nowhere to be seen. Thankfully, the one definitively untouched part of her room was the dresser where Guts' cage was. Upon entering, he popped his head out of his little hide to inspect who had entered his domain.
Hey, Guts. I'm home,
Olivia cooed. I pressed a finger to the cage, which he sniffed at before deciding that was enough. Harsh. I tapped on my phone.
He just doesn't know that we're good again,
Olivia said. Olivia willed herself forward and lifted herself onto the bed. So, probably be a little bit before everyone's home, so we can talk. Want to just hang out here until then? My digital voice asked.
Yeah,
she agreed. I went to sit next to her on the bed, but she pointed a finger at the beanbag chair in the corner. I could see a few tears in it that had been repaired. I nodded and took a seat in it, sinking back. I smelled like paints in her hair, a nostalgic smell. I let the soft embrace of the seat relax me, closing my eyes. After a moment, I heard Olivia shuffling, and a quiet thud. A heartbeat later, and a weight was upon me. Yep, I knew this is what she wanted. I opened my eyes to find Olivia laid on top of me, her tail curling around my leg. It was back like when she had done this the first time. She began to rumble. I lifted my hands and placed one at her thigh, and the other on the back of her head. You've done her fair, I whispered into her ear.
I know, but I'm still nervous. I know it'll be fine, but the feeling won't go away,
she whispered back. I tilted my head and kissed her brow. With that, hi, I repeated, what was my mantra since I'd woken up from my coma. I could feel her smile against my chest.
Yeah, one step at a time.
After she had settled, I took a moment to fish my phone out and fired off a message to Damien. Yo, at your place with Olivia. She wants to talk to everyone, I wrote. Sent. A moment later, my phone dinged. Gotcha, bro. We'll be there. I felt Olivia hum as she stirred. Just letting Damien know what's up, I TTS'd. She nodded. We stayed like that until we heard the door open, then close. She startled a bit, and it made me chuckle.
Shut up! I was zoning out,
she explained. I shook my head, but I couldn't stop the smile on my face. Ugh! She playfully groaned before shimmying over to the bed, where she acquired and readied her weapon. Heh! I tried to stop her before getting a pillow to my face.
Evil is vanquished,
she said, in a playful triumph. I took the pillow and slipped it under my head. Big nah, I declared. She pouted.
My boyfriend stealing my pillow? For shame.
We both laughed. She reached out a hand to me, and I took it. She pulled, and I hoisted myself out of the seat. The actors would soon all be assembled, so we may as well get ready too. I opened the door of her room and entered the living room, and took a seat on the couch. Damien exited his room after tossing his stuff into it, and flashed me a thumbs up, which I returned. A moment later, Olivia shimmied her way out of her room, and met eyes with Damien. His smile faltered only a little, before he gave a small wave. Olivia returned the awkward gesture. She hoisted herself onto my lap, and Damien took post on the other end of the couch. We sat in a mostly comfortable silence together. Everyone was on their phones, the ultimate form of modern social interaction. I'd periodically show something funny to Olivia, or her to me, and we'd share a giggle. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see Damien smile as well. Don't worry, big man. We'll get it worked out. It wasn't much longer before Sophia and Vinny arrived home. She gasped when she saw the three of us sitting on the couch, and after a brief pause, Olivia gave a little wave.
Hey, Auntie,
Olivia almost whispered.
Hello, Olivia,
she replied, with as much compassion as she could muster. Olivia wanted to talk to all of us once Pops got home, Damien said. Sophia nodded and made her way to her room to freshen up a little. Vinny had beat a hasty retreat to his room as soon as he had laid eyes on Olivia. Unsurprising, but I could tell that it really hurt Olivia to see. A short time after that, the door opened again, with Randy entering in. I'll tell you what, I can't wait for it to warm back up. His statement trailing off. We repeated the process we had with Sophia, and Randy gave a polite nod of understanding and went to the kitchen. We waited quietly as we heard him doing something, and heard dishes clink and clatter. Not much long after, Randy approached with 3 mugs. Well, I wasn't sure if you kids wanted hot cocoa, but I know I did after being outside, he said with a laugh. We all nodded and took our cups. I almost didn't even notice when the cup I was given didn't have Vinny on it, but Inco. Randy didn't say anything when my head whipped up to him, settling only for a knowing wink. Come on, Inco. Hold it together. The heavy stuff hasn't even started yet. Randy checked both his room to collect Sophia and got Vinny to come out into the living room as well. The siren song of Randy's home made Coco too much even for the fearful child. Everyone took some time to situate themselves. Sophia stood next to Randy's chair, Vinny on the floor at Randy's feet, and as far from Olivia as he could manage. Damien held his post, and Olivia slid off my lap onto the floor herself. She took in a steady breath, held it, and exhaled. I placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and squeezed. Everyone focused on her.
Auntie, Uncle, Damien, Vinny.
She addressed each in turn. Vinny had been trying to avoid eye contact with her and finally looked at her at the sound of his name.
I hurt you all. A lot. I said a lot of things I didn't mean. I didn't mean it, but I said them anyways. And I hurt all of you. And I know I did. And I was scared. Things are going downhill for me. For Inco. For everyone. I didn't know what to do about it, but in my head the only common denominator was me.
No one said anything, so she continued.
I know you all care about me, more than I could ever truly repay. You never had to put up with me when I was in my crappy moods or was pointlessly snippy. Or when I would just take the food you guys would make and hide in my room instead of spending time with you. I told myself over and over again that you weren't my real family, so that when, in my head, you inevitably kicked me out, it would hurt less.
She sniffled.
But it always hurt. Every time. And I knew you didn't want to kick me out, but when Damien said that you were planning to,
Sophia and Randy's hands found one another. Damien's pained expression was pointing into the floor.
I couldn't handle it anymore. It was like I was waiting for one of you to finally break and finally tell me what I was wanting to hear. And you did. And it hurt. I knew it would, but it hurt so much.
Sophia opened her mouth to say something, but Randy's other hand laid atop their intertwined ones and stopped her.
So I yelled. I screamed. I took it out on all of you. Whenever one of you tried to do something for me, I spat back in your face,
she said. Her eyes were locked on Vinny. Vinny himself couldn't look away either.
It doesn't excuse anything. I'm my own person. An adult. I should have known better to do that. I did know better. And I let the hurt take over, and I lashed out at all of you. You never deserved that. You...
Tears began to finally fall down her face.
You're my family. You always were. I was so stupid to even pretend you weren't.
I leaned down and placed my forehead atop the top of her head. Olivia cried quietly. Damien broke the silence first. You're my sister, Olivia. We grew up together. I never saw you as anything less or anything other than that, but just like you, I let my anger get the better of me. I know everyone thinks I'm like the chillest guy in the world, and I try, but I'm definitely not perfect. I screwed up too. You were talking at me and Liz like that, and my anger took over, and I had that little piece of ammunition. He wiped at his eyes. I knew it was something you were scared of. We're not stupid, Olivia. Well, maybe I am. But definitely not Mom or Dad. I knew you were scared of hearing it, and I was so mad I used it as a weapon. And I regretted it immediately. It was stupid and awful. I regretted it. And when me and Nico had our talk, and I told him about how I was mad at him for getting out of everything, I realized I was really doing my part to hurt everyone too. He leaned back into the couch, staring at the ceiling. Liz and Inco hold me up as some dude that always knows what to say to make everyone feel better. But I screw up too, you know. There's times I don't know what to say or say the wrong thing. But Inco showed me that talking it out is always better, even if you don't know what to say. And Olivia nodded. You're my sister, and I love you, Olivia. I never want you to feel like you can't talk to me about anything. Except maybe boy stuff. You should probably talk to Liz about that, he said with a smile. Through her tears, Olivia snorted out a laugh. At the edges of her mouth, there was a small smile. Sophia stepped forward and kneeled down to Olivia's level.
Just as Damien said, we love you. We've never once regretted taking you in all that time ago. We love having you in our lives, and we don't want to see you go. I've tried to be the one to make some of the hard decisions for this family, but I'm not always right either, Olivia. We're family, and if we work together and talk through our problems, we'll always make the right decisions,
she said, before drawing Olivia into a hug. Randy stood, walked around behind Olivia, and completed the enclosure, just as they had done back at Summer's End. I'm so happy you're back, little ace, he whispered. Olivia and Sophia cried together for a few moments. I looked at Damien and Vinny. Damien was looking relieved, but Vinny was looking conflicted. Damien caught my eyes, and I nodded at Vinny. Fortunately, he caught my meaning and cleared his throat, which brought the pain's parentals back into the current moment. They separated from their hug, and as Sophia and Olivia were drying their eyes, Randy playfully ruffled Olivia's hair. You got something to say too, Vinny. Right, Olivia? You got something to say to Vinny, too. Right, Olivia? Damien offered. She nodded.
Vinny,
she began. Vinny flinched back, his eyes squinting shut.
I loved your art.
Vinny's eyes slowly opened up, confused.
When I was feeling terrible, you went to help clean up my room, like a good little brother should. When I was mad and yelling at everyone, you brought me art you made yourself, just like a good little brother should,
she said. She shimmied forward to him. He shied away, but didn't run. She slowly, gently, cupped his cheek and turned his head to look her in the eye.
You never did anything wrong, Vinny. You did everything perfectly. I was being a brat and I lashed out at you. I really did love your art, no matter what I said or did when I was hurting.
His eyes began to water.
Really, Liv? Really, Livy? You did? I really did,
she cooed. Vinny fell to tears. He pressed into her and started crying, and she wrapped her arms around him tight. She continued to whisper affirmations he had done well. She continued to whisper affirmations he had done well to him while he settled. Once his crying had stopped, he pulled away, and a huge strand of snot trailed away from the wet spot on her hoodie. Several gasps. Olivia, your hoodie! Randy, get the paper towels! Randy jumped to his feet. Vinny looked horrified. I could tell that the memory of sneezing on Olivia's dress and ruining, and the following yelling, flashed back into his head. But before he could freak out, Olivia just shrugged. She pulled her favorite purple hoodie off and handed it to Vinny.
It's just clothes. It's not that big of a deal. You should wipe your nose, though, Vinny. Boogers are kind of gross,
she said with a smile. Vinny looked at the hoodie in his hands, and then back to Olivia, and then he smiled. He wiped his nose with a truly disgusting sound onto the article of clothing, and Sophia took it over to Randy on the off chance it could be saved. Vinny hugged her again.
You'll tell me if you feel sad again, right? I definitely will, Vinny. You're my little brother, after all,
she answered. Her smile deepened.
I did have one request, though,
she said to him. He pulled away.
Yeah? Wanna help me make some macaroni art? We gotta replace the one I messed up, right?
Vinny's face lit up, and he ran to his room to collect the necessary supplies. Damien flashed the two of us the widest grin he could manage, with a double thumbs up for maximum Delo approval. Olivia smiled and turned back to me and fired off that summer day sun smile of hers. I was too happy to return it. God damn, I'd love her. And bada bingus. That is chapter 7 completed. In better time than I thought. Oh, I thought we were going to hit the 5-hour marker before we finished that. Let's go, macaroni art. Hell yeah. Macaroni, nice, right in the feels, dude. Me a freak. Damn. Oh no, she's a bit of a masochist too, huh? Can't say I'm too surprised. Mia has that shit copyrighted. If I were Inco's dad, I would say, well, judging by the anime you've been watching, you're both virgins. Then do a sick backflip out of Inco's life. Holy shit. Let's see here. Let me go further back and make sure I'm getting all the messages for the Twitch side of things. Okay, they're talking about the gator noises. Yep, gator's pretty cool. Cuban crocodiles, didn't know gators did that. Gators are strangely some of the loudest animals around. In a way, bro got walking in during softcore time. Yeah. Oh, shit. Shit. What were you guys talking about over here on the YouTube side of things? Choo. Here she comes. I wanna breed that gator. Well, I'm pretty sure I know what that one was in relation to. I know this is off topic, but why the fuck GVH soundtrack $10 in the base game is already $30? Because I almost paid $40 for it. Mr. Krabs, money! Yeah, I mean, soundtracks usually go for about like $5 to $10, so it's not super surprising, honestly. The Genitos, here she comes. Y'all hear boss music? Oh, great. Miatard better than Mia. Definitely smarter in 99% of circumstances. I'll admit this section made me an even bigger simp for Mia. Oh, what? Because this is the only section where we get any sort of, like any remote redemption for Mia. Canon Mia is just a foundation for more fan content. Even Caveman added Miatard before actual Mia. That is so fucking true, and that's crazy. What is this? Okay, we had a new member jump in during that. Supplies a multiverse of all the characters beyond the usual window for endings. To be honest, we can probably get away with Mia, considering how little development she currently has. Wouldn't mind an alternate universe where she curb stomps me. Is the whole thing like this? No, I meant the thing being red. This is a reading stream after all. Mouse Inco Noted. Not getting the trend on the little trends on the girl. I'd rather have Mia do that to me. Don't care if it's with her car or her boots. God, Art, if you were a glutton for fucking punishment, aren't you? Bro doesn't even have a premium subscription to bullying everyone, point and laugh. Mia route unlocked? No. That's enough. Take a like and everyone else. Have a great night. Alright. Well, Rat, if you ever come back and watch the fucking VOD, hope you had a good night too. Mia giving genuine advice. Nice, but also ew. I think about the less material between there, better it is. I can't continue much without risking another public automod action now. Remember what happened to those Markiplier chat members? I'd like to keep my account alive. Oh, what happened to them? What happened to the people? I think I gotta go to bed. Alright, Urinals, take care. Have a good rest. I mean, we're basically done reading for the night, so you're not gonna miss too much. Just like some end of stream chatting. Macaroni with the chicken strips. Oh. Mia doesn't need to be redeemed. She's perfect the way she is. Alright. Spotted the Art of Alt account. A new member rattles the bars of the monkey containment cell. In a fight, Mia versus Little Gator Mia. Bro, I think Miatard's got even more strength on her side. E3 got nothing on E3 Anon got nothing on Ben's bad baseness. Don't know about that. Ben is decent at course correcting, but he's a bit of a doormat at times. True, real. And I'll turn Ben into Femboy Hooters Ben. I don't use logic and reasoning when we meet a post. Flashback to Big Gator Ass. Good flashbacks. We like those ones. I will line up all the people who want Ben posting against the wall. What will you do with them? And drown them in Nickelodeon slime? No, in 556 NATO. Oh no. Gator blanket mode. At least Ben posters don't post Samantha NTR unlike someone else here, and I will do it again. Lassiter throws a lot of rocks for having that glass house of his, doesn't he? Not a fan of home wrecking, but Lucy's mom's got it going on. Unlike you though, I don't actually like Samantha NTR posting, but it's cursed enough to make people scream. No, you can't back out of it with I was just pretending. Believe whatever you want, but I don't like NTR. Just facts. Bro gonna do it like Jonkler. I can also fix her. No, you really can't. You underestimate my power. Not, if anything, I overestimate. What did I join? Well, people probably answered you, but we were reading Inco Noted. Sorry, man. NTR poster is your badge now. I don't mind that. When is there Fallout? Wi-Fi's just being horrible. Never played. Ears, never heard these. Yet muting, giving these characters voices is a bad idea for me. What you mean by that? And I'll absolutely recommend it. Only $15 in Steam and it's regional pricing. Oh yeah. If we're talking about buying Wani, oh absolutely. Great game. Let's go, Macaroni Art. Oh shit. Need to get back up top. There we go. I'm almost back to the bottom, guys. Don't worry. One more. Nope. You're not getting one more tonight. Chapter 8 is going to be tomorrow. I will not be bullied into this. Chapter 8 will be tomorrow. And then we'll figure out what else I want to do after we finish chapter 8. Probably read like some one-off things, and then get around to figuring out what our next reading is going to be. Still below 5 hours, damn. Yeah, it's actually kind of surprising. I'm actually a little happy that we were able to get through this. Trying to get Katawa Shoujo because I'm broke. That's a good one. Katawa Shoujo is definitely a good one. I would recommend it thoroughly. Let me pop open my other monitor real quick because I want to take a look at something real quick. How long have the recent streams been? Let's see. We had yesterday was just under 4 hours. Then we had the GV8 stream, which was 7, another under 4, an 8 hour, a 5. Yeah, so this is about par for the course. This is about par for the course as of recent. Gator blanket activated. Still need to play it. It's also free. Yeah, Katawa's a good one. If you haven't played it, I would recommend giving that a go. It's very nice. Again, best way to counter an NTR artist is to draw their characters in a healthy relationship. True. Wonder what the next caveman game will be. FPS Fang using A1, using the Doom engine. I mean, it's like an RPG they're working on, right? I want to say. Or do you mean what their next, like, VN would be? Why would you make us feel pain? Inco's screaming behind the car window. Ben! Ben, don't do it! Don't impregnate me, please, for the love of God!
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it, Inco. I'm gonna put my thing in her.
No, Ben, don't! Please! Real question time. How does a crocodile cry? My immersion is broken. Just imagine little crocodile tear ducts. Easy.
Reacts to pain.
Now someone has to make that a comic. Well, there's enough fucking there's enough artists in the Discord. If somebody wanted to do it, they can easily take that and run with it. Trying to get an Australian Wi-Fi moment though, so I can't. Man, I am very happy that my fucking internet's like, I'm not even gonna say decent. It's good. I mean, it wouldn't be fucking streaming if it was decent. During a live stream, Markiplier told people to vote with emojis and people started to get permabanned for spamming. A lot of people lost their Google accounts alongside their YouTube accounts. Oh my god. That's fucked up. That's fucking dumb. How come I feel like that's happened multiple times before where it's like something where like the person on stage is like, do this, and then people are getting fucking owned because of it? Back, fellas. That was a pretty short sleep, Hussein. It's been a while since that happened, but the fear is still in me. Yeah, I would be a little nervous about it. I mean, to be fair, you're here. You're not on like the Markiplier chat, so like maybe Automod's not as angy. Need to go now. My world needs me. I will be back though. All right, take care, Zgok. I'm gonna guess that that's how you say it. Should be wrapping up here soon, right? Yep. Next caveman in game is called Exit 665. It's based on their mini VN characters. Right. What kind of game is that? Off the if you know off the top of your head, Twisted. What about Markiplier? Well, apparently Markiplier wanted to do a poll by using emotes, and people were getting permabanned because of it, because they were quote unquote spamming because Automod's angy and like they had lost their Google accounts. The Mark YouTube genocide. That poor bastard. He never saw it coming. Ben.
Do you know why I have you in that room with one-way glass, Inco?
F-rip bozos. I didn't notice the 00 Gundam in Olivia's hand. Good God. Yep, this is Chat Livia and Chat Inco. These are Chat's brain children that they helped me create. Chat Inco also has a funny toggle where he activates lean aura. Just in case you were curious what this fucking chat gets up to. Original OCs. Wait, doesn't original OC, isn't that kind of redundant? Isn't OC supposed to be original creations? A Chadinko power up. Alright, Chadinko can be powered up for the rest of stream. He's earned it in how well he's doing in Inco Noted. He's pretty strong. No! No, don't abbreviate Cyberpunk! No! No, don't abbreviate COD points! What are you doing? Yeah, don't do that, guys. Last thing I need is people to say, hey guys, look how much CP I have. What? You what? And now my FBI joke is going to take that out of, or my FBI agent's going to take that out of context, and I will be taken offline in the next 10 minutes. You know, I'm banging Samantha as an NTR. It's just sharing is caring. Ugh. Right to jail. Legally distinct, Inco and Olivia. How do you think Caveman would feel if they saw these? How do you think they would feel about this? Can't wait for us to make Chatang and Chatanon. It'll be a glorious day, I'm sure. Chat Livy and Chat Inco are unhinged monstrosities. We'll build them that puts the fear of God in you. My brother, don't say anything more. It's something of an RPG, but there's no in-depth details on it yet. Okay. I thought it was like some kind of RPG type deal. It does show choosing between character suggestion, though. It does. Oh, wait. It does show choosing between character suggestions, though. Okay. Had to reread that again. Why not have Anon being Fang's dad? I don't need to explain why not on that. They have seen the porn, so imagine they would be relieved. It's not just softcore porn. It would be the biggest compliment if they would look at these and just go, hell yeah. You know? Someone should share these to them. Just like DM, drop them over and say nothing else. Do not elaborate. Just vanish. As funny as that would be, don't go harassing in order to show off the creations. Puff gold. Over 9,000. No joke, one of the only thing I knew about Wani is that Olivia is a Gundam fan. Wani very good. I would say if you can't afford to buy Wani, it's worthwhile to, if nothing else, at least watch it. You need to get that. You need to get some Gator in your life. All right. Wait, is Caveman making the D&D bit from GVH? Shh. Original character, original creation, original creature. Yeah, but these are original creations. You know what? Fucking real. Next we talk about DRG. It's all about being a minor. And I love... I hope the breaks on that one were audible. She likes a lot of anime, but she loves Gundam specifically. Rock and Stone, they will transform to their chat form too. I was a very big fan of Gundam, I can appreciate that. Rock and Stone. Rock and Stone. Rock and Stone! Got a good starting point. Or whatever the series starts with. Who's next on the chattingization? I think we're gonna, when it comes to putting somebody on the chopping block, we're gonna put that one up to a poll whenever we're getting ready to start doing that in the fucking Discord. And we'll see where we go. I'd say from Mercury. That's the newest one. You don't really need to know anything else. Look at that. Gundam recommendations. Let's go. Enough powering up or Goku will show up. Hey, you're pretty strong. Let me fight you. Cut to him being Yamcha posed. Digging holes. Mr. Streamer didn't fall for it. Sad. Alright, I don't know if this is like how you mean for it to come across, but every time like you do something, like you have a statement, a period, and then sad exclamation, I can't just, like, I get trumped in the brain. Mr. Streamer didn't fall for it. Sad. Your porn addiction's pretty strong. I want to fight it. You can't beat it, Goku. Don't try it. I've owned a Croc before. Practically the same thing, no? Stairs. Imagine if you did a full D&D section of the game, but made it actually good. Rock and Stone Brothers, rock. One night, I'm just gonna like fucking pop on stream and I'm gonna be like, hey guys, we're playing DRG tonight. Anybody can join the lobby. And then that'll go for like fucking 3 hours. And like, I'll have to mute the VC in game because it's just gonna be constant, Rock and Stone! Rockin' Stone. Imagine some middle schooler says the Goku quote and then the other guy just pulls out his pieces. The cartel letting me go because I said Goku was my hero. Vinny Guts and Anon are currently on the docket. Yep, we got a couple people ready to fucking rock and roll. For Carl! For Dino Love. Wait a minute. I don't think they said that. Workforce is big and it's about to get bigger. That's why Jesus Christ is my... with a capital D. Dig. That's what I'm going for. That early 2016 America was hilarious to watch from afar. Bro, it was hilarious to watch while I was here. Even though shit was happening bad, or shit wasn't going amazingly, watching that shit like in his fucking speech pattern is hilarious. For pizza. Yo, you think corporate's gonna throw us a pizza party if we really ask them nicely? Helldivers jump when? That's another one to throw up at some point. Dig what? Shh. Quiet you. Fang. Good Fang. Pizza Planet. I need to get back to doing some Helldivers. I need to see like all the new stuff they had. I saw they had like these big fucking walkers for the automatons that were like mobile factories or some shit. Need to check out what that is. Still remember some of those unhinged tweets from that man. He definitely was content, if nothing else. Not in acceptable way. Alright, fellas. Ugh. Wasn't there something I was going to check out at the end of stream? If anybody remembers what that is, by all means, let me know. Otherwise, we're going to probably be ending it off here in a minute. Because I got to go still test the Project Zomboid stuff. Which, by the way, for interested parties, I'm probably going to end up putting my mod list into the Discord sometime this week. That way people can pop on and get an idea of like what all is in it and what they need to kind of keep in mind when they're joining the server and everything, you know, like maybe make some builds ready to go. That way when game night actually happens, you don't have to sit around like theory crafting and everything. Plus opening it up early, mod wise at least, makes it so people can do some testing on their own and let me know if anything breaks, if they really want to try it out. You know what I mean? So that'll probably be going up sometime this week. I would say before Wednesday, I would hope, as long as I don't run into any huge issues on my own. Wow, I just had a terrible sense of deja vu all of a sudden. What the fuck? Okay, whatever. I'm gonna just skate on by that shit, whatever that was. Just plays that Spider-Man pizza music with the while the Rock is just cheese and pizza toppings. Gibbon compilation. Will Chat Livia read to us? I guess you guys have been good. I can give you like something with the Chat Livia. We're gonna check and look at the investment on Russian rubles. No. I don't think that was it. For Dino Hugs, Democracy Cake, and it was 500. It was not 500. You should be saying Digga. I haven't gotten the... I'm not a certified miner yet. Snoot Game Encore bonus vids. Ah, yes. I believe that was it. Where would I find those? Are they just on like the YouTube? Snoot Game Encore. Russian rubles will become Russian rubble in no time. Damn. Kill them. Wait, did we do the onions? We did do the onions. We did. We got the Carmies, and Baroth burnt them all. Corpo, no race, just pizza party. And you'll love it. And you'll love the pizza party, or we're getting your ass out of here. Fang hates Windows updates. That was another one. Alright, let me look. We're gonna look at a couple things before we close out for the night. Okay, yep. Alright, I got that one ready to go. What did they add in the new Snoot update? Yeah, so what Twisted said. Russian, and a couple of updated CGs. One of the CGs, I believe, was what the Naomi's Trials and Tribulations when Fang and Naomi are laying on the ground. I don't know about any other ones personally, though. Go read the unsupervised teenagers. No! Not gonna happen. I want you in a situation here. I mean everyone. What did that mean? What did you mean by that? Anyone who says they're intolerant to lactose is canceled and sent back to the mines. I love lactose, so you know I'm good. I'm good. I ran a diff on files and it looks like Rainbow Observations is now hidden until you watch all the bonus content, and there are a few changes to the scenes, changing Anon from neutral to worried. Should I go to school today? You guys decide. Yes. Go to school. School is important for the most part. There are changes to the CGs as well, but Twisted already mentioned it. That's what I thought. Stay in line. Sometimes it's comfortable to be in the line, guys. You gotta understand that. All right, let's do a couple of these. So we've got Reed spills the dirt, their own worst enemy, Spears cancels the apocalypse, and Stella love multidimension or multiversal. So those are the ones we'll do for the Snoot Encore stuff, and then we'll do Fang hates Windows updates, and then that'll be probably, unless there's something else, it for the night. How it feels to be able to eat pork, drink alcohol, and digest lactose. Flexing. Unless you were told by a friend not to come in tomorrow. That is a pretty big, I don't need to say anything on that, right? Guys, I can just go ahead and put up the video and we can just continue. Act like I don't need to address that. Wrong, don't go to school, go to Africa and become a warlord. That could probably work too. Alright. Gotta close Inky here and Livia and Bajabing. Wait, wrong thing. Bajabing.
So talk about this new song of yours, Reed. Since it topped the charts last June, people have commented on the almost semi-autobiographical nature of the lyrics. With you being the lead drummer and songwriter for Verm Drama, was it based on a personal experience of yours?
No way, ma'am. You see, this might have been based on one person, but Verm Drama is the collaborative effort of many people, and a lot just doesn't make it to the front stage. So when I wrote this song, I thought I'd bring the truth to light, and to comment on a problem many guys have but don't realize it. So there's some self-improvement message there somewhere.
Thank you for shedding light, Reed. And now, Verm Drama plays their new hit single, People Avoid Me Because I Smell a Dry Cum, but I Don't Notice the Scent.
Alright. Fang hates Windows updates might get this age restricted, be warned, and maybe even TOS. Closes that tab. Look, if somebody's gonna say that, I'm gonna fucking play it safe. I'm gonna play it safe and backpedal that shit. I'm good, guys. I'm good. I don't need to get fucking owned right now.
Hey, get out of here! This is my house!
Fucking Stella moment.
Dios mío, Estela! Who did this? Did you do this? Te mato!
Nice. Nice. Rosa owned. That's my lizard. She hates mirrors. Great success. Oh, it was dismissed. Okay, the voices aren't that bad. These really aren't that bad. When's Encore coming out? Not sure. I think it should be soon, TM? Question marks? But yeah, like I said, the voices, I feel like they'll grow on people. You know, even if there's some initial resistance to it.
You were right. Getting married at the dimensional
Stella and Rosa, my
convergence was a really
beloved.
great idea.
Combined IQ of 2.
Thanks.
Hey, who do you think you are?
Honey, we've been over this.
Is there some context to this one? I don't understand this one. I'm a little confused. Meteor left real quick. Well, I mean, when you fucking hear rules of nature get belted out. Hee dumb animals. And that's how GVH got the meteor instead of Snootverse. Oh, did he puff it into a new reality? My brain hurts. I don't get it. Rank 2, I think. Shrugs. Well, whatever. It's more content. Meteor, understandable. Have a nice day. You know, whenever I do the inevitable fucking, the inevitable, what's the word? Karaoke stream. I'm gonna throw rules of nature in there. You guys are gonna hear me belt that shit out. Snake and hat, that's all the context. Very cool. Trouser snake? I don't fucking know. Alright. Alright, is there anything else? I think that's like all the Snoot game stuff here. Other than like previews for music and whatnot. Any shorts? Oh yeah, here's the shorts. Fuck it. Just take a look at these two. Why not? Include the shorts. Yeah, I walked over and found them. We're good. Gibbons. If I heard Rules of Nature playing randomly, I would grab my pants. Well, yeah, if you're walking down the road and you hear getting close to its last breath, Rules of Nature, you would want to run. You would run. You would not stick around. Motherfucker, there is someone about to get your ass. You need to leave. Be gone. Gotta do Rules of Nature and bury the light. Or else that karaoke stream is a wash, let's be real. Yeah. I gotta figure out like when I would even want to do a karaoke stream, to be real with you. And I don't know, I've mentioned it on previous streams. When it comes to like singing shit, I would need to like have some time set aside to like practice. I would not be able to come on stream and be like, guys, I'm gonna take requests. I need you to give me a song right now. Okay, I'm gonna try this like as a sight read. No, fuck that, bro. Fuck that. I got too much nervousness. Red sun. No, we do the hot wind blowing. Yeah, let's get these out of here. Oh, this is the Trish one, isn't it?
I'm your prom date, you ugly sack of shit.
Hi and on. Look at me. Aren't I the 18-year-old prom dream?
You don't look a day over 12,000.
Fuck you.
Fuck you.
Fuck you!
And then they made out.
Nacer dear, I guess we'll need paramedics after all. Anon's definitely getting impaled tonight.
Pegged.
Mr. Jingo, can I go to the restroom?
I dunno. Can you?
E1. Is that gonna...
Casualties still coming in. Motive unknown.
I hate that I saw that coming. Time to go to bed. Good night, brothers. Night, Bat 6. We'll be turning in ourselves here in a moment. Alright. Anytime anybody's like trigger appreciation, this is the one you should be appreciating.
Hey, Nua, check this out.
Nua, open up. Nua, it's me, Dad. Open up, I forgot the keys. Nua, are you in there? Open up for God's sake. Nua!
You saw nothing, man. You saw nothing, Alendris.
To be fair, it's on YouTube. They can't hurt me. I'm just watching something that's on YouTube. If it's on the own site, what are you gonna do to me? I'm just a little guy. You called it. It's just that easy. Flashbacks. I don't care who they send. I'm not paying my taxes. Should have been me, not him. It's not fair. Mr. X theme starts up. Just a little guy. All right. I think we've We got close to the 5-hour marker, but you know what? My body is weak, and I have to go do other things. Other things being, like I said, working on that Project Zomboid shit. And I don't know, like, fucking laying back for a little bit. So, plan is, we're going to stream again tomorrow. Around about the same time as usual. 10:30, or not 10:30, 10:45 p.m. EST roundabouts. You know, give or take just a little bit. One more chapter? No. No, you're not getting another chapter tonight. Once you pop, you just can't stop. Jesus. So yeah, we'll be finishing up Inco Noted tomorrow. We'll be doing chapter 8. And then we'll probably be looking at some other stories, some quick one-shots would be nice. I'll look through the Discord. I know there's been some suggestions for them. We'll see which ones kind of tickle my fancy, and we'll take a peek at them. Maybe you'll even get some Tracy posting. The final note tomorrow. True. Please, no, one more? No. I'm putting my foot down. I will not be bullied into reading one more. Mr. Streamer, frozen emoji. Potts course for Death Star Marks 03. Invest in Super Earth's economy. Yeah, maybe we could pivot on that. Who fucking knows? It's just gonna be how I'm feeling. You know what? I should with my end of fucking stream spiel, I should probably start pimping out the goddamn Discord, huh? We've got a Discord. If you thought it was cool here, one, you probably got something wrong with you, but that's fine. You'll be accepted in the Discord. That's linked on the YouTube description and the Twitch description, I believe. So just go check it out. You can join up. Pretty chill place we got going there. You'll be welcomed with open arms, I'm sure. But yeah, anybody who's in chat, be lurking or otherwise, hope you had a good time sticking around and hope you enjoyed Inco Noted. It's not my fan fiction. Just so we're clear here that this is Inco Noted by Arlock. A talented writer, it would seem. So, have a good rest of your day, night, evening, whatever it is for you, chat, and I'll be catching you tomorrow at the designated time. Until then, be good.